Right. Screw it. We'll do it live. We'll do
Yeah.
it live.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Listen, I can't hold on anymore. I gotta
Hmm.
compliment you. As soon as the camera turned on and I
Hmm.
saw how you're mugging the camera, feeling the screen, and the fact that the angle is just like my camera right under the monitor, so you can see
Hmm.
the other person, but you also look down at people all the time. I gained a renewed sense of respect for you.
Thank you.
Understand? And all the people who have their camera above the monitor looking down at them, or from the side like one of those Valshite commies, that's
Hmm.
cringe, bro.
Hmm.
That's the natural camera angle from below,
Yeah.
where the
Yeah.
audience belongs.
Exactly. Like, and
You want your camera looking up at you? Step into the arena.
yes.
Okay.
And yep. And you know, uh, now to return the favor, I would also compliment you in the sense that, like you're someone, especially on Twitter, right? Uh, X Twitter, right? I don't even know what to call it. So, uh,
Sitter.
shitter. So, you're someone, who on that platform, you're, you know, you bring forward ideas which are, if you're a baby libertarian, if you're someone who is also like someone who's also like just a slogan-esque libertarian, you don't think like you have just adopted the philosophy, have not thought about it clearly, or perhaps on that day you were not thinking clearly. They're gonna miss what you're saying, and you might appear like someone who's just, oh, what is this person saying, right? It's like, why is this person
Yes.
part of the movement? And they're gonna get all hot and bothered. But like upon further analysis, I often find that, like there is content, like you force people to, think where thought is important. Like take the example of the Venezuela intervention, right? And so you took a very specific position, right? Like you took a very specific position in the sense that, okay, the taxation was already done, the aircraft carrier is already in the harbor now, like we lost that fight, and now it's just sitting there doing really nothing, and there are communists over there who are aggressing on people. And as long and from the evidence that we have right now, no innocents were deliberately harmed, right? Like there might have been human shield situations or whatever, but there was no deliberate targeting and harm of innocents. Well, what should libertarians think about that, right? Now, that is something where I would say in that situation, if you're starting from the, you know, uh, aircraft carrier already being there and it only targeting aggressors, that's perfectly compatible, right?
It's a
And
good use of our money. Yes.
mhm, yeah.
However, I had a strategy going into that debate. This debate with Michael Leibovitz,
Mhm,
who's a really decent, really good debater,
mhm,
with whom I often disagree.
mhm,
But I had this idea, and it was very similar to my Twitter X strategy, which
mhm,
is I stake out a position that seems maximalist,
yeah.
a sort of Bailey, with a plan to retreat to the moat that's already outlined. Now, it's
Mhm,
not a moat and Bailey fallacy necessarily,
mhm,
because um, like I'm not actually hiding it up front. I
mhm,
don't like hide what I say. I'm going to just allow you to chisel out the actual position. I'm going to allow you to say, for example, oh, that's not what really happens, and then I'll just concede. But if
mhm,
you can't do that, it tells me you're not thinking. It tells me you're knee jerking. And if
mhm,
you give me that leverage in a debate, I'm just going to use it to demonstrate how you're not thinking about this like you're supposed to.
mhm,
And if you don't think like an opportunist,
mhm,
I don't believe functionally you can survive as like a nap adherent person, because the opportunities you miss are crimes you're allowing to be committed, are your money that you're failing to recover.
mhm,
And when I think about who we are, like who I am, maybe somebody watching me doesn't know who this Kasimir is.
mhm,
So I think in some sense, we're like the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, in terms of an understanding of a very esoteric topic.
mhm,
Um, which I believe was just very recently born. So
Mhm.
this idea that law could be objective, that natural law that's not derived directly from a God figure, but
Mhm.
indirectly from existence and from whatever exists, from
Yep.
what we observe. Um, that this is like a very novel idea
Mhm.
within libertarianism,
Mhm.
within philosophy, I think, as well. And it's so new that even the sharpest people that are promoting this,
Mhm.
including myself, Liquid Zulu, people smarter than Liquid Zulu and myself, possibly,
Mhm.
it's impossible for us as humans to not make mistakes.
Mhm.
And on some very fundamental questions. And I don't believe that we should advance or grow in size before we provide those answers. And part
Mhm.
of the thinking method to provide these answers is to be opportunistic, viciously so, to understand, to fill every gap, and to demand evidence before you surrender anything, an inch. And that's the attitude of a debater. And
Mhm.
that's why I believe that debates are necessary, even though a lot of them is rhetoric and blood sports. Those things which are fun,
Mhm.
they're also surprisingly necessary because if there's no resistance, there's no chiseling,
Mhm.
and then what happens is there is this conception of a human that the subconscious decides first, and
Mhm.
then consciousness justifies it. This is
Mhm.
what many leftists worldwide believe, many even liberals believe.
Mhm.
This is like a belief of a lack of free will.
Yeah.
But I believe that I do understand the objectivist concept of um, focusing versus evasion.
Yep.
And so I think this is the act of focusing, which is you don't just flow with your desires, but you are like pushing them against arguments. You're pushing for logical consistency. You're
Mhm.
applying the law of non-contradiction. You're applying various strategies for finding identities in the world.
Mhm.
And one of those is to say, like, and this is a classical, actually, libertarian position. Let's defend the undefendable.
Mhm. Yep.
This is Walter Block. Now, Walter Block is like a very interesting person because he's, from my perspective, often wrong.
Mhm.
Less wrong than a statist, less wrong than, um, you know, uh, some lefty
Mhm.
libertarian, quote unquote. But still, like in my mind, he made some fundamental mistakes. However, what I noticed from reading his writing is that that's not his desire to make mistakes. His
Mhm.
desire is to be proven wrong. And when people fail to do so convincingly, he sticks by his guns.
Mhm.
And whether he will ever be like corrected on some of his biggest mistakes, maybe he will not find any arguments convincing, and it's a little bit tragic, but it's not the point. The point is that that was the approach. His approach was, I want something. Like he really wants babies to survive into adulthood.
Mhm.
He doesn't like abortion. But he
Mhm.
doesn't say, oh, I'll cop out and I'll compromise just this once, just on the topic of abortion.
Mhm.
He starts thinking, well, what's going on there? Is there something there? Is there ground for me to conquer from base principles? And so he
Mhm.
finds out forestalling, the Blockian proviso, and he starts a big fight that still goes on. And I don't think it's fully won by either side, at least convincingly, in libertarianism.
Mhm.
Stefan Kinsella, who we greatly respect, is against forestalling as a concept. He believes that it's erroneous.
Mhm.
And this is a person on whom we agree with on like 99.99% of points, and yet we can't agree on forestalling.
Mhm.
And it's going to take years of effort for me to learn how to write academic rebuttals
Mhm.
and to give him such a rebuttal which will shame him into accepting or shame me into accepting his position, which is a possibility.
Yep.
Maybe I will like write myself into a corner trying to rebut him.
Mhm.
I sense a weakness though. I smell blood, so I have to go for it.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing this thing. I think this is in the spirit of all of these people who I consider masters.
Hmm.
And it's the spirit of the voice chat servers where this is the way that I was pushed out of being like a silly Republican American.
Hmm.
That I always felt that there's an inconsistency. I
Hmm.
always felt that there are arguments against my position. I didn't like it. But whenever I spoke with an ANCAP, it was like a baby ANCAP.
Hmm.
They would say like silly things, and I would smell weakness and blood, and I would just bludgeon them
Yep.
with the same arguments. They would have no good answer. They would be like Dave Smith against my at the time, Andrew Wilson.
Hmm.
So I in that debate I saw a repetition of what I used to do, but it
Hmm.
doesn't mean that I was right. I was actually wrong. All it took for me to be proven wrong is to meet people like Adel Work and Early Liquid Zulu and Michael Moreno, bless his memory, and others who just said, "Well, no, you actually are inconsistent here. Here's like, are you going to justify that? Are you going to, you're stealing the penny. You're stealing the ladder. You are going to fight to the death with the penny owner. What you going to do about it?"
Yeah.
And they would get me mad sometimes with the cruelty. They would like maximize the cruelty of their questions, and I would recoil. How can you do that? We're on the same side. And the answer was, well, if we're not cruel to you,
Hmm.
who will be?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to like defeat your own inconsistencies alone?
Hmm.
It's a collaborative process.
Hmm.
Like, if your theory leads to these crazy conclusions
Hmm.
and that are logically inconsistent,
Hmm.
and you have no way to make them logically consistent, then you
Hmm.
have to surrender them, and they hit you over the head with it.
Yep.
Like you believe that this is wrong, and yet you are advocating for the same thing. Here's how they're similar. That's been our tactic.
Hmm.
And so that's why, I that's somehow why I go into these debates. Now I have a little bit of a trap for you. There is this whole open borders debate that's going on, public borders, and let's go through a similar hypothetical and
Hmm.
see how radical we can get.
Okay.
Just imagine that there's a person,
Hmm.
and that person earned a lot of money
Hmm.
in the US, and he got taxed up the wazoo. He like paid $1 million in taxes.
Yep.
So now he decides to get some of that money back, and he finds no smarter way than to join ICE as an enforcer.
Hmm.
Okay. Now he is not never abandoning the NAP. He's like an ANCAP. And so he understands that there's going to be a choice where maybe very immediately he might have to resign.
Hmm.
Okay. But what he does is he somehow manages, in this hypothetical, to only accept and fulfill the missions where he's evicting Somalis from Minnesota, recent migrating Somalis. Okay.
Hmm.
And let's say that he evicted 10,000 people that
Yep.
migrated from Somalia to the United States and live in Minnesota in 2025, 2026. So I'll just explain what I established. First of all, he's not an aggressor. He can accept money from the state as a form of restitution retribution for his taxes. So he can accept it in the form of a salary for doing things. He shouldn't have to, but he can.
Yeah.
So you can't say that he steals the money. So it's
Yeah. He
fully
doesn't.
funded.
Hmm.
And so now you have to prove that you have to think about what are his chances to commit aggression by evicting 10,000 Somalis. And if
Hmm.
you're an egalitarian, you might think, well, Kasimir, you're being stupid here. Those are innocent people, the guilt of whom you haven't established.
Hmm.
They are all tabula rasas, and they all have the possibility to become a law-abiding citizen and perhaps even an ANCAP. Who are you to evict all of them?
Hmm.
And I would ask you, have you seen Somalia? Have you seen the interviews? Do you understand the religion? Do you understand that there's your chances to encounter a liberal among 10,000 people, like an actual classical liberal,
Mhm.
is approaching zero.
Mhm.
Libertarians, not a thing, do not exist.
Mhm.
And you will, if you start interviewing people, people will openly tell you, we're coming here because it's easy. We really don't like it here. And as soon as we earn our bag, we're gonna go back home and live like kings.
Mhm.
And that is the message of many young people when you ask them what you want to do on the street. And the older people that do show up and do establish businesses and do appear like law-abiding citizens, they still intend to vote for the people that will give them the most free stuff. So they will expand the state. And so both of them are showing up with aggressive intent, and
Mhm.
they're telling you about it. They're not hiding it. They'll
Mhm.
tell you that they're going to expand the state in every case.
Mhm.
So have you committed an aggression against them?
Mhm.
Do you want to even answer that? I'm asking
Yeah, yeah,
rhetorically.
yeah.
I'm implying the answer.
Yes, yes, yes. Let me think out loud here. So part of the hypothetical is that the person never abandons the nap, right? And this is a nap test we're talking about. So, and they deport 10,000 Somalians, and most of them, I would say, you know, I would just say this. Like I know, like I live in India, so I know uh, what you're talking about in terms of if you pick 1,000 people from a certain religion, right? Uh, and if they are all believing in that religion, they're not going to be libertarians. Like it's not possible, right? So the only thing that I would have is like because I'm a steal the penny libertarian, right? So like, what if even one of them is libertarian, right? No, not or not even libertarian, just
Oh
just
yeah,
positive.
he's guilty of aggression. He's
Yes,
guilty of
then he
aggression. That's yes.
yes, right? And that's where then he should, do whatever he can to fix that mistake. But if there is
No, no,
no,
no, no. He should resign before evicting that person if he
oh
if
yeah,
he
yeah,
finds
yeah,
out,
yeah,
of course.
of course, of
Of
course.
course.
Like I thought he already evicted 10,000 people, and now he's coming to ask you.
I mean maybe. Okay, fine. That's the way I said it. So yes, maybe he's already an aggressor, and
Yeah,
now all he has to do is like find that person and surrender to him and say, here's everything I own. How do I repay you properly?
not everything. Just pay for the plane ticket back
But
and get
maybe
away.
a lot. No, no. I think it's gonna be a lot. There were threats
Yeah.
of death there for sure.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
like that was a kidnapping, and it's
Hmm.
really serious. But
Yeah.
the reason I asked that question is
Hmm.
because I seriously believe, and maybe I'm wrong, prove me wrong,
Hmm.
that there is a chance, there's a very strong chance that there's going to be zero.
Yep, I agree.
And then there's a chance that there's like 1%
Hmm.
or 3%. And there are many communities globally where we know that like the rate of nonconformism in the world to the state
Hmm.
hovers in Western societies around 15%,
Hmm.
and in non-Western civilizations around 5%.
Yeah.
And I know this by, things like rates of vaccination. People,
Hmm.
when forced to be vaccinated during the last whatever happened, they
Hmm.
refused. And we know the rates.
Hmm.
And United States actually doesn't even lead there by the rates of refusal, which tells you quite a bit.
Hmm.
I think shockingly, Australia was in the lead
Hmm.
because some of the inner provinces were
Hmm.
just unreachable and like
Yeah.
by a huge margin overwhelmed. They are around 15%, I think,
Hmm.
but everybody else is
Hmm.
hovers by less. And out of those people, a percentage is potentially ANCAP or like behaves like an ANCAP where
Yeah.
they never steal
Hmm.
and they never advocate for taxation
Hmm.
and they don't suffer from toxic empathy or any of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Meaning, they're potential New Hampshireites.
Hmm.
And so when you think about it this way, there are entire cities in the world where you know that a migrant coming in from there, coming here, if they are moving, they're moving for to increase the rapine, to increase the
Mhm.
theft.
Mhm.
Um, and then you have a secondary argument. If I am a libertarian and I live in Somalia,
Mhm.
I should dress in the libertarian flag. I
Yeah.
should have a tattoo of the ANCAP symbol on my forehead,
Mhm.
because I should signal to people, not like all the rest. Okay, where were we? So yeah, so that's how does this whole tie to the immigration debate?
Mhm.
I think that being like ANCAP and technically correct in the theory, and
Mhm.
telling somebody like Jeremy Kaufman that he's objectively wrong about his justifications
Mhm.
is sort of not enough. At
Mhm.
least not if you want to be effective and convincing.
Mhm.
Because the fact that he is wrong does not mean that you've conquered maximum territory with your explanatory power and
Mhm.
with your ideas of what to do.
Yeah.
And this problem is necessary for your survival because it's very clear that our primary enemies worldwide, what they want is that their mechanism for stifling this beacon of freedom that the United States remains
Mhm.
is by bringing people uh, from the outside, from cultures that could never emerge libertarianism.
Mhm.
That historically libertarianism has been a geographic. So my belief is that um, it's not necessarily genetic,
Yeah.
but there is a coevolution of culture with humans, with humanity.
Mhm.
And what happened, there are certain parts of the world where, due to technological and cultural, well,
Mhm.
sorry, that's this is tautology. Let's do without culture. Technological, geographical, sort of temporal restrictions promoted libertarianism and a libertarian-like society, and then other changes to the topography made statism more and more possible. Let me
Mhm.
give you an example. During the time of triremes and sailing with people rowing a boat,
Mhm.
you had the Aegean Sea
Yep.
around Greece was balanced like in a video game, so
Mhm.
that city-states prospered, but you could not really have empires, and you could not really control the movement of people, and you could not really control trade. And so
Mhm.
all of that pushed the local leaders to give individual freedoms to ship owners
Mhm.
and to the philosophers that they carried on their boats and to the rich travelers that could move between cultures and grab the best from across the Mediterranean.
Mhm.
And this system of trade promoted what I would consider like proto-libertarian ideas initially.
Mhm.
Ideas
Yeah.
that truth is objective, that ideas that you have similarity between the different deities, which points to something.
Yep.
The idea that you should sort of exchange ideas and debate
Mhm.
because you don't have the power to just silence somebody. The idea that if you oppress a trader, he will just trade with a neighboring city. That neighboring city will gain power for the trade and possibly even conquer you later on.
Mhm.
And so all of that um, is like the topography. And then as sailing changes, empires become more and more possible. And with the age of sail in Britain, you can have a global empire.
Mhm.
But you it still has aspects of libertarianism because it's a trade empire and its power is still proportional to its market capability. It's
Yep.
still not China. It doesn't become a closed empire of ideas. It sort of inherits some of those things that allowed it to outcompete other European empires, which
Mhm.
is um, where traders and parliament, and there was some balance of power, and decentralization within that group still existed.
Yeah.
Now, then the United States becomes an evolution of that, where the coastal region of northern United States, of Northern America, is basically like the Aegean Sea for that time period. If you own a clipper, just like in the trireme, you could not be stopped. You know, you can have a Boston Tea Party, but tea will be offloaded in a neighboring village, and what are you going to do about it? You know, you can't really stop it.
Yeah.
And so when the colonies existed in such a balance, it was possible for the center to threaten the outside, but not to the extent that it exists today with railroads and tanks and highways. And so what is the decentralizing factor now if it's not the ships and the ability to just piss off into the wilderness and establish Rhode Island, for example? You can't do that anymore, right? You can't establish another Rhode Island. There's no frontier to conquer. So what's keeping everything from centralizing into dystopia? The Second Amendment. The idea that there's more guns than people in the United States. That reality is superior to any constitution, any other thing that you were told about. And you can see it manifest in the United States. People show up with guns into state capitals in the 2017, 18, 19, and they scare the government. And so Virginia, that passed a whole bunch of anti-gun laws, actually doesn't ever get to implement them. Today, that story repeats. We see how maybe the psyop of January 6th will scare the gun owners enough so that they sit at home and allow it to happen, maybe. Or maybe they will have another revolt where hundreds of sheriffs will threaten to deputize citizens and start a civil war right there. You know, and with Trump in power, maybe again they'll have to the statists have to fold. So I went on a long tangent. I'm sorry, but where were we? Oh yes. So what does this all establish? Let's go back to well, many of these conditions were absent in the rest of the world. So they're absent in China, and so China eventually becomes this big backwards conglomerate where a single European gunship can show up and just change the diplomacy there, change the, you know, open up the country against its will, because you know it's like aliens encounter with primitives, exactly like that. And so old empires get dissolved by more powerful new empires. Why are they more powerful? Because more competition, more emphasis on trade, more exchange of ideas, basically more libertarian, more ANCAP, stronger, beats the old sort of regime of calcified, resting on their laurels rulers that just oppress. Because oppression leads to decivilization. And so can I expect to like bring in 1 million Chinese people and establish libertarianism among them? Maybe if they're like the coastal people that are like the fishermen, maybe if it's 1 million of those, and maybe if the local conditions push them towards libertarianism, they will become libertarian. There's nothing genetic stopping them. But if the local conditions are statist, like the United States right now, I think we will just lose them. They will just continue voting for aggression. It's not genetic, it's just culture. It's just that our culture, the culture we were sort of adopted, like I adopted the European culture. I'm not Western European, but I was raised to like it and to move there, and as a romantic thing, and then eventually, like it became my identity. I think what's happening with you is something very, very similar. Okay, so I think we're on the same sort of pathway there.
Mhm.
But yet I recognize that if I took a whole bunch of like 1 million Russians, or even Russian Jews, they will
Mhm.
not be as default libertarian as myself.
Mhm.
Perhaps they would be a little bit more compatible than Somalis,
Mhm.
but not by much. And many of them, when they move, even as liberals, they have aggressive ideology.
Mhm.
For example, they don't understand why I don't support, the war in Ukraine. I don't
Mhm.
support, taxing myself to save those poor people, justifiably so. Like it will be just to save them. But
Mhm.
I don't support it. They see me as like a complete aberration and a heretic because they haven't been pushed through the same pressure cooker of being like having to be consistent.
Mhm.
It's not necessary for their survival yet.
Mhm.
And so
Yeah.
I would oppose just blindly on moral grounds. I would oppose like blindly bringing them in, but I don't have the way to do so within the NAP.
Mhm.
Like
I mean,
I can't like without establishing private borders, I can't stop them from coming over.
yeah.
And so we're back to the circle. So we know that what was I was rambling about to summarize? I was
Uh,
trying to explain what made Europeans unique, where there were like hundreds of years of a push towards something that approaches libertarianism.
mhm.
And I believe it's the same thing with the Thanes in Ireland, the same thing with the Normans, with the many small inlets and tiny cities that prevent a centralizer from taking over everything involuntarily. So
Mhm.
a lot of these are recognized historical pushes. For example, in Russian history, the Normans come in and introduce the West and the local rule and the voting by the property owners, whereas the Byzantine introduces the centralizing access of everybody is a subject and a slave to the king.
Yeah.
And that's like the balancing factor in Russia. So
Mhm.
this is not like a joke. This is a reality that many historians of different cultures sort of recognize.
Yeah, I'm aware
These
of.
are not they're not like uniform movements. They're more like cultural influences that come in. And so Russia is teetering between a nation of Byzantine slaves and nation of sort of Norse individualism.
Mhm.
And that Norse individualism may have been even partially lost in the country of origin by now, because
Mhm.
the topography changed there, and
Mhm.
so the culture is moving away
Mhm.
towards collectivism,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
So, and then you look at like Somalia, and they had none of this for uh for like thousands of years, and so
Mhm.
now um let's say a baby is born there and you take them and you adopt them into American society and raise them in an American family, they would likely have the ability. You could count them as just another American, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Mhm.
Equal level of threat to you because they would be like raised with this mixture of statism,
Mhm.
republicanism,
Yeah.
or maybe they will be adopted by a Democrat family and then you know that they're an enemy
Mhm.
growing up
Yeah.
to you, to an ANCAP.
Mhm.
Not an insurmountable one. You can maybe convince them at some point in their life to abandon their views. It
Mhm.
happens a lot.
Mhm.
But so, okay, here's a common argument I see. So, does it mean that I'm against population growth? With the same logic,
Mhm.
right? People try to trap. They say, oh, you can't be against population growth because
Mhm.
population growth brings in more statists, like objectively so. Like most people who will born will be raised as statists.
Mhm.
I would just say I'm just willing to bite that bullet. I am against the reproduction fundamentally of Democrats. Now, interestingly enough, my position is actually really strong there because they don't reproduce. The
Can you please?
average
Yeah.
Democrat in a Democrat city, the woman has 1.2 children per lifetime,
Mhm.
which means that without any other influence, Democrats will lose political power in 20 years naturally.
I would push back on that because these people reproduce through the universities, right?
Correct. Correct. It's my next point, but yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So, yes, I'm against their reproduction. I think it's a good thing they don't reproduce in some sense, even
Hmm.
though it's like an evil thing, mm, as like a human for humanity, it's not a good thing.
It's not good for the baby. Like a baby being brought up in a bad household, it's not good for it, right?
Yeah, but like I want humanity to reproduce,
Yeah, we'll
but
reproduce. Like,
right. But not like the people who want to enslave. Like I don't want the propagation of bad ideas.
Mhm.
And I recognize it's not like yes, it's tabula rasa, but the first 10 years and what the parents are doing is going to
It matters.
just
Mhm.
very strongly matter. Like my father, throughout his entire life, was never an aggressor.
Mhm.
Like that's it. Yes, he had bad ideas, probably, but he
Mhm.
wasn't politically active, and he was never advocating for aggression. And I think that influenced me significantly.
Mhm.
Like I think it's even like in personal upbringing. I was raised in a family that did not hit children, but
Mhm.
very well could threaten it. He would like say, "If you misbehave, I'll smack you around."
Mhm.
But I never did anything to deserve being smacked around,
Mhm.
and so I think it was like a game that he was playing,
Yeah.
right? But I know that in other families, people aggress against children, and it produces the type of mentality that, or if you're stronger, you can just bully people.
Mhm. Yep.
Whereas I wasn't raised that way, and so I think that this is why we began with this idea that we're the 1% of the 1%, a sort of historical aberration
Mhm.
that on the one hand is inevitable because the topography keeps repeating. Thank God, thank existence, it keeps repeating.
Mhm.
Topography of freedom. But at the same time, it's like victory is not guaranteed, and um, and situations. I can even tell you the technology that might completely enslave us, like
Mhm.
the drones. Drones centralizing makes centralizing very effective.
Mhm.
So it's very possible that we're on the cusp of another, long winter in terms of freedom and all of that.
Mhm.
Now, I
Can
said
we
a
do?
lot, but the idea is that there is something unique in New Hampshire. There is something unique in New England. There is something unique here that both attracts and promotes the ideas that can then become libertarian. And maybe Liquid Zulu and others are right. We will, now that our philosophy matured, now that we're not in the realm of playing with dolls, we actually have the logic to back it. We'll be able to start gaining more and more of the intellectuals and of other people, and we will build something that will like surpass the adversity,
Mhm.
and the philosophy of the day will change and will win.
Mhm.
Maybe it's time. Maybe it isn't. Who knows? Maybe it's going to be in 10,000 years. Who knows?
Mhm.
But then, like, what should be our strategy? Well, first of all, everything I said, like, I want people to argue against it, but this is how I
Mhm.
view the world. I believe that the reality is very tragic. So
Mhm.
the reality is that I don't blame the 10,000 Somalis for being who they are.
Mhm.
I have a certain degree of hate towards that type of person, but
Mhm.
also it's moderated by the fact that I recognize uh, just bad luck to be born there. If
Mhm.
I was born there, I wouldn't be myself.
Mhm.
And I have a certain small degree of empathy towards that. But
Mhm.
my empathy towards my group, my survival, my freedom is much greater. I
Mhm.
don't owe them an immediate rescue.
Yep.
I don't owe them um, a suicidal, unrealistic attempt at uplifting them towards uh, what I believe is like a civilizational peak
Mhm.
of like culture that allows you to recognize all of those efficient things. You know, survival can be very ugly and very inefficient for 10,000s of years.
Mhm.
As like the victory of, for example, the Islamic world demonstrates. There's
Mhm.
like a local peak in these fundamentalist religions that
Mhm.
allows you to reproduce, outreproduce every single animal on the planet and just stay there.
Mhm.
And just, and it could become infinite. It could conquer the entire world and just become, 10,000 years with no hope until the topography that allows evasion, that allows the physical, evasion of statism, that allows physical disconnection, allows venturing into the forest again.
Mhm.
The way the freedom is established is a person says, "Oh, I don't want to be taxed. I'm gonna go to Rhode Island and just establish, Providence. I'm gonna
Mhm.
go to into the deep woods and just live alone. And you're so technologically backwards, you won't be able to find me." And
Mhm.
now the whole story repeats itself. There's
Mhm.
now another a Lancelot was born, and the dragon has another chance of being killed, like
Yeah.
in the story. So
Mhm.
that's the narrative. Now,
Mhm.
in this, I understand Jeremy Kaufman because I think everything I just said about human culture, European culture, um, he like gets it. He thinks about it and he sees it, and there are other thinkers um, on YouTube that just present very similar ideas. They get
Mhm.
it, they understand it. However, they believe that they can compromise to save the thing that they have, this anomaly. They don't understand that the compromise uh, is immediate failure. Because what are you trying to save? You're trying to save the truth. The person who says it's 2 + 2 = 4. If you have a gun to my head, that will not change. I might lie to you to save myself, but reality does not change. It's the primacy of existence is not a joke.
Mhm.
Okay, and we understand that as soon as you compromise, um, as like you lose the ability to actually solve the problem. You delay it, and I don't think that's like a victory.
Mhm.
Now, this is his problem, but there is also our problem. There are many people on our side who believe that what I just said is like the most racist thing ever. Who
No,
say,
not at all.
no, 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 but
Not at
you're
all.
not one of them. But
Yeah.
there's people out there who are libertarians, and these wonderful ladies who say it's so cruel what uh you know ICE is doing. Yes, it is cruel,
Mhm.
but they don't think that this is like somebody told me on Discord. I don't know if I can even voice that analogy. Let's just say there's a fight in the jungle, okay? Woo! There's like all of these whoa, whoa. There's veils and like screams of pain, right? And as a
Mhm.
human, you're like, yo, oh yeah, I'm empathetic to that. I don't enjoy the sounds of pain and warfare. Um, but at the same time, um, it would be insane for me to go and intervene.
Yep.
It would be like I would be it's my little campfire and the family around it and the neighboring campfire. I will defend that. If one of those animals, on either side shows up, I will defend ours.
Mhm.
But if one of our guys starts yelling to the forest, "Hey, stop that!" I'll tell him to shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Don't invite the animals to look at us.
Mhm.
Unless you believe you can conquer the entire jungle right now. Can you? If you can't, be quiet. Choose your battles. Choose
Mhm.
your battles. What are you doing? And what are you spending your energy on? Like, are
Hmm.
you trying to Machiavellian figure out the best way to bring all the other ANCAPs to this Zion that you then plan to defend? And you will have to defend it, by the way.
Hmm.
You will get attacked. You will be blamed for all the world's problems eventually. You will be the only one with food when everybody is starving. You will have to be strong, and it will be the zombie apocalypse at one point. And they
Hmm.
might come at you with clubs or with AK-47s or with M4s, or they will come at you with drones. And you have to think about that eventuality, because no Zion remains unrobbed in human history.
Hmm.
The civilization will always get robbed by the barbarians. It's an eventuality. If you don't plan for it, it's like, these guys are saying, "Oh, we should secede from the United States as New Hampshire." Yes, but you should not talk about it.
Yeah. Hmm.
It's like this paradox. It's like, imagine if New Hampshire right now had like a factory where um, it would be producing all the drones that go fight, like, or 20% of the drones that fly to kill Russian soldiers in Ukraine would be produced in New Hampshire, if that was a reality. And if every child in New Hampshire would be participating in like a drone flying competition, right?
Hmm.
If you
Hmm.
saw that, if that was within your lifetime and your reality, then you would think, oh, there is a possibility of secession here in like 20, 30 years, realistically,
Hmm.
because that's a center of production, of power, of something. But you're
Hmm.
not there. You're like a mountain town that survives on, you know, what are, on like some
Tourism.
small industry and tourism, and in local communities and maybe some crypto and other stuff. Like, you're not like New Venice
Yep.
yet.
And
It's like
by the way,
it's like Venice could oppose a coastal empire because they're like a city in the middle of, surrounded by an endless moat with one of the largest fleets on the planet.
Mhm.
That day.
Yeah.
They're like their New Hampshire in Venice, in the Venetian families,
Hmm.
was really untouchable, and they had colonies all over the world feeding them, trade money. So if any statist wanted to conquer them, they would be
Hmm.
like, nah, too expensive.
Hmm.
New Hampshire is cheap to conquer.
Yeah.
And so and
Mhm.
so it should behave that way. It should behave that way. And the effort should be going to, and this is why the whole thing with like the open borders debate gets me a little bit mad,
Mhm.
because I would be messaging end the Fed like a broken record, end welfare, and the various amendments to the Constitution that
Mhm.
enabled greater statism. And a person would be like asking me, "Oh, what about ICE attacking these guys?" And be like, "End the Fed." Be like, "What? You don't have any empathy?" And I'll be like, "End the Fed." That should be the messaging, like a broken record.
Mhm.
But some people say, no, we should get involved. We should like condemn ICE because potentially innocent people are suffering.
Mhm.
And statistically, you shouldn't care. And um, in terms of increase in state power, it's not. Nothing that is being done there would be illegal if Democrats did it. Sorry to tell you. This is
Mhm.
like, I don't understand what nothing that they are doing is not something they weren't already doing.
Mhm.
For example, um, they used the FACE Act to arrest conservatives who were praying outside of abortion clinics and giving them prison sentences. Okay,
Mhm.
so now I'm skipping to the next sort of a topic that emerged. I saw Dave Smith and that British guy whose name I keep forgetting, Morgan, doesn't matter, and Tim Pool. I saw their clip, and they were discussing um, the arrest, the indictment of Don Lemon. You heard that in the U.S.?
Yeah. Mhm.
Don Lemon openly, flagrantly, on camera, violated the FACE Act, meaning he planned on camera, conspired on camera to perform an aggressive act on camera, and then he went and performed it with a group where he entered, trespassed into a church in the middle of service, disrupted it, and when asked to leave, stuck around and kept asking questions like a quote unquote journalist. And when a person tried to physically distance himself from him, he said, "Don't touch me," and came closer. Okay? So there were like layers of highly aggressive behavior there.
Mhm.
And now this awful law that was used to club Republicans are using to try and club him. What is the libertarian commentary on that? So Dave Smith says, Don Lemon is the dumbest person alive. Why are you making him a hero? It's very bad for Republicans to use this law against him. Tim Pool says the same thing. All three say the same thing. What is the libertarian answer to this? It's strategically and by law. First of all, they're all aggressors, so I don't care. Number one. But if they want to abuse a law, I prefer if both parties abuse it against each other as much as possible, harm each other as much as possible, like
Mhm.
imprison each other politically as much as possible, because only then there is a tiny incentive for them to do less.
Mhm.
Only then a ridiculous law will be repealed. If the other side, the powerful side politically, believes that they can use a law, and when our side gains power, quote unquote, they won't use it. If they have that, then they have no reason to join in the effort of repealing it.
Mhm.
They will complain a lot on camera, but they will do nothing to stop this from happening again
Mhm.
because they're not threatened by it. So
Mhm.
now, can I use this law against an innocent as an ANCAP or advocate for that? No. But can I say it's smart to use this law against my enemy? Machiavellian, yes. Enthusiastically, yes. I want
Mhm.
Don Lemon to suffer. I want him to become a martyr. I want them to make the dumbest person alive their symbol and to carry him on a cross. The fact that he's dumb makes him the perfect martyr for my enemies. I
Mhm.
don't want their smartest heroes to become martyrs. Let them participate in debates. Them we have to be careful around because they are a real threat. We should elevate their weakest parts tactically.
Mhm.
We should seek both sides in the jungle to fight each other to the death as much as possible, to tire each other out, because
Mhm.
then they don't look at us. And we should never pretend to be like allied with them or hope to incur their mercy.
Mhm.
You know, this I wrote this on X. I really like this, or like I think it was on Discord. Maybe I should post it on X. You know, they came for the communist, and I said nothing. Remember that quote?
Yeah.
Yeah. They came for the neoliberal, and I said nothing, right? And then they came for the Republican, and I said nothing. And then they came for me, and nothing bloody changed because nobody says anything about me ever. Nobody is going to save you ever. It's a cope. They won't save us. We don't owe anything to them. So
Mhm.
that's so to summarize all of this.
Mhm.
Kaufman is correct in the realistic analysis of what happens when masses of people migrate to the United States. They
Mhm.
will squish the flame of freedom. Kaufman is wrong in the tools we can use to stop that. And meaning Zulu and Monarcho Hopian, are wrong in their response to this. They're also wrong. In my mind, they should shut the hell up about the borders. You should not talk about it. It's one of those issues where if they talk about it, it should be like thinly tailored, where it's only on a topic where they should gain support. For example, we should advocate for Liquid Zulu to gain US citizenship and have the option of coming and living here instead of in Scotland where he's like risking imprisonment for his opinions.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That should be the campaign, and not just him, but maybe thousands of others.
Mm-hmm.
And if Republicans want to help us in that, and we somehow horse trade with them on that, good. And if there's any lefty that ever helps us with that, maybe they will score points that they can later cash. But
Mm-hmm.
until they have that currency, we don't owe them nothing. This is a lesson that I hope our group learns. They
Mm-hmm.
they don't believe. This is the same thing. Listen, people are criticizing me for maintaining ties and promoting Andrew Wilson, which I still do. Because when he says that he's against libertarians, he is against the part of us that wants to butt in on every stupid issue. Andrew Wilson is dead wrong on the solutions that he proposes. But I think he's very correct. He's like an ally on the problem. He understands that communism is like a mortal threat. He
Mm-hmm.
understands that he's not like ANCAP Air that sings "Oh Kumbaya" with leftist libertarians.
Mm-hmm.
That's a spook. That's a lie. They don't that doesn't exist. When you dig deep, the left libertarian wants to enslave you. You haven't asked the right question. You
Mm-hmm.
haven't reached the altruism that they really care about.
Mm-hmm.
You ask them, for example, very common for many of them, the current thing is, should we tax to save Ukraine? And they say yes. And then you
And
realize you're
depends who
sorry?
you're talking about. Depends that see that's the problem that I have with the ANCAP air thing. What does he mean by left liberals? If he means those people, yeah, fuck that. But if he means like, you know, ANCAPs who have like a socially liberal view, I don't really care, right? So like depends what you mean, right? Like what does he
No,
mean?
no, I think he means literally like ANCOMs. So
There's no
ANCOMs
such
correct
contradiction in terms. Hmm.
correct, but there are people who believe they're ANCOMs and who say some correct things. For example, they say that the corporations are really like fascist, and just by random luck, they happen to be right about it.
Yeah.
They
Hmm.
are like they're not actually fascist, but
Hmm.
like if you narrow down the economics of fascism, just that, which is not what fascism is exclusively, but if you take
Exactly.
just the economics,
It's
then
correct.
the corporatists are like they are. But
Mhm.
their solution is let's build a giant corporation to handle everything. Like,
Yeah.
like let's
Call it
make
the
it
community.
worse.
Exactly. Like call the state the community and we have fixed everything. No, fuck off.
Yes,
You
yes.
fixed nothing.
And the thing is that they want to, like many of them, also believe in a whole bunch of sick ideas about our culture. They're
Mhm.
like cultural traitors and enemies. They have this weird chart where they vote for the out group in moral questions all the time.
Mhm.
They are the group who will like starve their own children to save an outsider.
Mhm.
Like a whole bunch of this is like a phenomena with there are liberty-minded women with
Mhm.
whom I've interacted in the past for various reasons,
Mhm.
and they show up in on my timeline, and I've tried very hard to like keep a channel of communication open, to not
Mhm.
like tease them too much on various matters where they're wrong.
Mhm.
And now I've seen their response to the Renee Good shooting,
Mhm.
and their response has been like overwhelming empathy and horror at the fact that this woman fighting against oppression was callously killed by that guy who intentionally, quote unquote, put himself in front of her car and could have like dodged Superman style out of the way, and should definitely not have shot at her from like the side once she was already moving past him. That's their beef, the way I understand it. And I see that as like suicidal empathy and silliness, and also an incorrect analysis of the character of Renee Good.
Mhm.
Because if I wanted to summarize Renee Good as a person, from what I know, from the evidence I have, she is the epitome of a traitor. At every single level of the every time I find a fact about her, it is a treason against her own interests
Mhm.
towards an outgroup. Sounds like harsh, so let me give you some facts.
Mhm.
She has 4 children, 3 of which do not live with her, but with her grandparents, I believe, with their grandparents. And
Mhm.
one of them she put in daycare to go to a protest where she got killed.
Mhm.
Okay? That is a treason to your family and to your role as a woman. It's not the grandparents who should be raising your children,
Mhm.
providing them with a direct example of how to live your life, getting them involved in your business so that they can become later on successful, independent people.
Mhm.
That's not something you outsource.
Mhm.
That's something that's the most precious gift you have on this planet in terms of
Mhm.
value, which is you get this person, future adult,
Mhm.
that you can give all your values to, and you hold your values in such low esteem that you're willing to fight for outsiders instead of fighting that fight, which is your most impactful way to influence society as a woman. Not as a warrior out in the streets fighting against armed men,
Mhm.
but as a mother who's programming the next generation. So even though I don't want her as a like a leftist to program the next generation, I think it qualifies her as an absolute irrational traitor that she doesn't even recognize that was her strongest weapon on this planet,
Mhm.
is to go and
See,
like just remain a teacher.
I agree to the point of yes, that's and see, like the moment I hear someone is, a leftist into their adult age, I already assume these things about them. Like it's almost a universal phenomenon, right? Like none of these people have their lives together, so nothing new there. And
No, and she
Mhm.
and people are saying, oh, she's like doing what ANCAPs don't do. Like ANCAPs should be in the trenches fighting against ICE. And like you, what? Against
How
what
many of our see?
what's what's the war fought against? For
Mhm.
example, are we fighting outside of a prison where the guy that defended people on a subway got imprisoned on the way to trial? Are we protesting that in front of that court to make sure that through public pressure the jury gives the right conviction, like the right sentence?
Mhm.
Is that what we're fighting over? Then you might say, "Oh, ANCAPs, you shouldn't sit at home. You should be like outside protesting that court to get
Mhm.
the right outcome."
Mhm.
But she is protesting in favor of in a protest that started with enforcement against Somali scammers
Mhm.
and targeted elimination of criminals. Like specifically, armed groups go to specific addresses to try and find and because the local government doesn't cooperate with them, they hit innocents because they don't know who moved from where and where they have incorrect addresses.
Mhm.
She's protesting that, but she's still like fighting in favor of an outgroup. And the outgroup, when publicly asked what do they think about Renee Good, they openly say, she is our slave. She should work all day and then we should take her tax money away from her and her children, meaning she should not reproduce, she should die off, and as her society is dying off, we should feed from her. So this is like a parasitic type of culture that she's indirectly supporting. Nobody's forcing her to be there in that moment historically. She
Sure,
could
but
have
there can be a
picked a
counter
better
there, right?
fight.
I,
Go
I,
ahead.
I agree. Like this is a leftist person we're talking about, but the counter is, first of all, I agree with you that ANCAP should not be on the ground right there. Like we don't want to. It's like we're not ready at all. Like I'm not going to speak too much because I live in a country with no free speech, but I think we have similar mentalities there. But there's the idea of speaking French or speaking German, right? It's like I am right now. I will say something to the effect of, okay, you know, for example, what ICE would represent, right? This person is probably fighting for the wrong reasons, but this is a fight between two, like, this is the fight between someone who is, let's say, a civilian with bad ideas and then government people, right? And like, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know too much about like Somalians in Minnesota. I haven't done much research in that. Like I don't know what proportion of people they're picking up which are legitimately, aggressors and so on and so forth. But like I would say we should speak up against it, but we shouldn't be on the ground against it because so far as free speech is not too risky, right? For a
Well,
particular answer.
that's like a disagreement between us
Hmm.
that I don't believe that I need to hear the arguments. Maybe you're right, actually, but
Hmm.
I don't. So if you're saying that as a knee jerk, as something that ANCAPs usually do, I
Hmm.
want that to stop. Like I seriously hate it.
Hmm.
However, if you have a good argument why long term it is good, and your argument has to be really strong, then I might even support it. I might say I was wrong.
Yeah, of course, of course.
However, what I
Mhm.
hear are like ANCAPs repeating Democrat propaganda about ICE,
No, that's of
and
course wrong. Mhm.
so to me that's an issue. Like I'm not willing. Like I understand what the dynamic there. I think Andrew Wilson is very correct in his analysis.
Mhm.
Also on this, this is like a provocation designed to possibly win midterms by appealing to people's empathy and by riling them up to actually go and vote instead of sitting at home. If
Mhm.
you make a person believe that it's like a life and death decision to vote in the midterms, you're gonna
Mhm.
have a huge turnout.
Yeah.
And if the other side gets demoralized, they will have a bad turnout, and so you
Mhm.
will gain political power. I think that's just fundamentally what's happening in terms of our elites and the fight among our elites.
Mhm.
And now you have to convince me why getting involved in that fight is good for libertarians.
Okay.
Is that the place where we say end the Fed or
Mhm. See, this is
it's
what I would say.
it's funny. Sorry if I'm being
Mhm.
forceful. I think Dave Smith had a very similar argument, maybe a wrong one, where he said the United States is about to attack Iraq in 2004.
Mhm.
Bad time to criticize the Iraqi regime. That was his argument.
Mhm.
Bad time to talk about how the Iraqi regime is a rights violator on the
No,
eve of.
no, no.
Maybe
That.
no, maybe he's wrong.
Mhm. It's
So
like
you would say he's wrong.
not in the sense. Okay, depends, right? Like if you're simply getting caught up, like there is that baby level of analysis that people do. Oh, the left is finally talking about our issues again. Like let me try to contribute, right? And that's I can understand that, but I would say that's a strategic mistake, even if what you say is correct, right? Like, okay, but who are you saying it to, right? And if you're saying it in public, whereas what I believe ANCAP should do with regard to ICE is point out the specter of statism, right? Like, see, like because the local Minnesota government is no longer cooperating with them, right? Because if the local government was cooperating, it would have been very, like, statism is often very invisible, right? Because there is a whole bureaucratic structure of often decades and centuries behind it, in which they're able to enact magnitudes of violence without much. And in this case, because the lower structure has, refused to collaborate, the highest structure has to go in on the ground with no information, and they have to resort to the barbarism that was usually hidden. I think that's something we could point out, that, hey, you hate this. What about taxes, right? What about this? What about this? What about this? You can't hate something in isolation, right? This is the specter of statism, right? And fundamentally, it is a fight between, like, ever since, I'm going to be a little bit of an objectivist here. So, ever since Hegel, right, the fight has become, like, freedom has been on the background, and, like, Trump represents, like, a, I would not call Trump a fascist, right? Like, that's literally not what he is, but he represents a pragmatistic kind of thing. Like, he has certain values, and one of them might be, uh, you know, getting the immigrants out. Like, I don't know his reasons, right? Though I really
Same
don't.
reasons as same reasons as most right wingers.
Yeah.
He see so as a Machiavellian, purely Machiavellian, he sees that. What do you mean he sees? The Democrats are overtly telling him about their great replacement strategy,
Hmm.
as they're calling it this, and it's not like a race thing. It's literally they believe that immigrants are voting for them,
Hmm.
dependent on them, and they believe that's how they stay in power. They see how European Union, many countries successfully implement this strategy with migrants, and
Hmm.
so they're trying to do the same thing. And they are slightly dumb because they don't see how uh, the damage is going to be instantaneous, and they're not going to be in power either. It's not going to be the Republicans, but it's not going to be the Democrats either. It's going to be the third worldists that will come in power, and they will rob the Democrats and they will rob the Republicans, and
Hmm.
all of those Raytheon McMansion people will live the rest of their lives on in basically they will shorten their existence on this planet with this strategy. They don't, but they don't fully understand, and they think they can invite chaos and then ride it like a like a dragon, victorious. But what will happen is they will invite this into their homes and it will devour them too, because they are too they're too part of the oppression power structure. They're just not the first ones against the wall, let's just say. And
Hmm.
so uh, for Trump, he sees that on the level that they believe it's empowering them, therefore he should be against it. If
Hmm.
he believed that it was empowering him, he would be in favor of it. I don't think there's principles there. You're correct to identify him as a pragmatist.
Hmm.
However, what separates him from them is that he is invested in the United States. He is honestly an American patriot, which makes him, funnily enough, LPNH had a brilliant take. That's why I don't unsubscribe. They occasionally say the right thing, which is Donald Trump, J. Trump, is the most libertarian president in the past 100 years, guaranteed. At the same time, he's a bloody socialist. He's
Hmm.
like a socialist and even economically a little bit of a fascist in the way he operates the economy. Now, and yet, compared to all the rest, on if there is like a spectrum, and here is like a libertarian president, which is almost an impossibility, and there is like some Barack Obama. Let's inflate the state incredibly and hire like 200,000 more IRS workers. Joe Biden, right? If they're there, then there is a big gap between all of that group, the cohort of American presidents, and a potential Javier Milei somewhere on the spectrum.
Mhm.
But yet leading that group is Donald J. Trump, closer to the center.
For the last 100 years, I mean, wouldn't that include Coolidge? I think Coolidge was pretty good. Or was he not?
Maybe I'm wrong, you know. So
Mhm.
maybe I'll have to narrow it a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah.
No, wait. Wasn't Coolidge before Woodrow Wilson?
No, no, no. After. The Roaring Twenties, right? So that's when the Coolidge was, and Wilson is
So
in the.
okay, so I have to wait 5 years before making this point. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
95 years. Damn you. Okay.
Yeah. Uh,
Score the
uh,
point. Score the point. I concede. Uh, so I when I prepared the debate debate prompt for this and
Mhm.
posted it on the Crucible Discord, it never got picked up by anyone. I guess just not popular enough.
Yeah.
Not enough leftists reading. What I did is I was scared or that somebody would do this to me like you did, and it's like, oh, remember Coolidge? And I was like, oh, shit. Then so what I did is I did like um since um since Carter,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You could say that, and you could probably go into Reagan, but no, right? Like,
No, he's
yeah.
he's more libertarian than Reagan.
Mhm.
Um,
I could see
yeah.
that you could defend that position, right? Like, so I'm not going to say Reagan, and because like I've not prepared, and you have like I don't think Reagan was a good president as well. So like, it's an irrelevant point to talk about. So
Yeah, it's this idea of, oh, let's open free trade with and uplift the Chinese Communist Party. It's a very interesting libertarian idea. Very interesting how that worked out. That deserves a historical analysis of was that a good thing? And the way it was sold to me, by the way, I lived through the sales pitch.
Mhm.
So among liberal circles, and sort of the right wing liberals
Mhm.
versus the left wing communists in Russia, and later on in other countries where I lived, the pitch was as follows: we're going to open a free market into China, and gradually the free market will establish the topography which will change the state into a liberal one,
Mhm.
with democracy more liberal than their empire. And because of that, they will become more compatible with the world.
Mhm.
And the result has been is that they demonstrated that fascism can successfully can function and can successfully coexist as a parasite on the largest free market economy that was ever established worldwide. So
Let me
the
push
free
back
market,
a little bit.
what?
Mhm. Let me push back because my, let's say, counter to a lot of these free trade agreements is usually like generally I'm supportive of them, but my biggest problem with them is that it's still, centrally planning trade. So my ideal situation would be drop tariffs and ask nothing, right? Like ask nothing in the sense if you can prove that the goods that you're trading is stolen, then you get rid of those. But like there should be no questions asked, right? With regards to trade. So if you
Yeah, but
then
I think you're making the same type of mistake
Mhm.
as with ICE. So let's identify this maybe. Maybe I can explain this to you.
Yeah.
Um, China lived as a slave continent for hundreds of years with a
Mhm.
culture of submission to central authority,
Yep.
with very few sort of outliers, uh, possibly like factions fighting, but not cultural factions fighting, power factions fighting that bring roughly the same culture to the forefront.
Mhm.
Just now, the way to properly industrialize such a country is what happened with the gunboat diplomacy, which is Westerners came in, established coastal Hong Kongs and many other similar cities, had complete political control over them, and allowed things like the Toyota Loom Company, which is a Japanese man, to take
Mhm.
European technology and establish a factory for factories in China
Mhm.
under Japanese control, under legal authority of the British and the Russian Empire and the various European countries that also participated, and France and so on, and all the other quote unquote globalists of the time.
Mhm.
That made the culture of the Chinese people almost irrelevant because unless like the Chinese entrepreneur could become controlling, but not they would have no political authority whatsoever. The
Mhm.
politics was conquered from them by force, literally. And
Mhm.
because the states that conquered them were less culturally states than them, that actually allowed China to develop as like part of a free market and allowed Chinese people to prosper. However, after Japan invaded, and everybody supported the communists as a panacea for against the evil Japanese empire, and the communists have won, that window has closed.
Mhm.
And so now you have this situation where the communists learn the trick. They open a free market and they say, come in, enjoy. And their free market is more free than the United States. And so all the suckers come in, establish a generational business, and are instantly incredibly successful because they have harnessed the power of the market. They have a huge amount of labor that wants to work, that is, intellectually capable, and the
Mhm.
fact that they're culturally a little bit like unable to be creative initially, that's not relevant,
Mhm.
because all the creativity can be imported, which is what happened.
Mhm.
Later on, the Chinese creative class will obviously develop. They have their own elites. They have creatives. You can see it in Xiaomi and other companies right now, even more that I didn't name. Um,
Mhm.
but then what the Communist Party does is within one generation, it just takes over those industries, the successful ones,
Mhm.
and integrates them into the state apparatus and starts using them as a lever for power. That will cause those industries to eventually collapse, obviously.
Mhm. Yeah.
However, in the meantime, they gain a huge amount of power to do damage in the world, to compromise computer networks with their chip manufacturing, with like backdoors, to implement draconian surveillance systems that they had no technology to implement before the West, to build like a drone army that can threaten individual gun owners and bomb them into submission potentially. They're like developing engines of enslavement.
Mhm.
And so now, with that in mind, was it wise to rescue the peaceful Chinese people that just wanted to trade?
Mhm.
The way it was done with gunboats, yes, because you kept them out of power. The
Mhm.
way it was done by Reagan, I think no. And it mirrors my idea of why I don't protest like
Mhm.
ICE. I see them as like equivalent type of movements. Now, very important. Maybe you can make an argument that morally I ought to object every time the state moves. I should just morally be like, rah, very bad. I'm against the state. I want to be a good ANCAP. I want to be like morally, I'm against the boot. No boot kissing.
Mhm.
But or maybe the wiser strategy is to decide when to criticize the boot and when not to.
Of course.
Maybe, maybe if whatever it gets created is going to be like objectively worse, I don't have an obligation to rescue anyone,
Mhm.
not legally at least.
Mhm.
And morally, then I can start thinking about consequences. I don't use desired consequences like Kaufman to justify evil behavior. I'm
Mhm.
not a consequentialist, as in the ends justify means. No,
Mhm.
but I can not act in tactically where I don't have to act because inaction is not aggression.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yeah, for sure. But what I was asking uh, was, let's say, you know, the problem in that scenario, right? Like, what I am saying is that what the, let's say, US government should do, or any government should do, is that it should be completely neutral on the matter of trade. And then if idiotic people want to go and set up factories in China so that they can get robbed in a generation, they don't know what communism is, right? And then morally speaking, that's their mistake. And yes, it does make the commies powerful. But at some point, these people got to learn, right? Like you can't force them to be good, right? Like I would never do this. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I would never put up a factory in China, right? Like the name Chinese Communist Party is enough for me to never do that. But do we have like what do we advocate as ANCAPs, right? Like what do we advocate, right? Like we advocate that the government not do anything here, and like then we can further say that if you go and do it, you're going to be the biggest idiot on the planet because of this, and this, right? Like you have the agency to do it, like you have the agency to go shoot up heroin, but you shouldn't do it because that would be wrong. So that's how I would tackle it.
If there is a vote and it says we're going to remove trade restrictions with China,
Mhm.
and my decision is to not participate in that vote. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
vote
it's
yes,
completely fine. Completely fine. Not
completely fine.
participating is, yeah, completely fine.
So my issue is that a lot of people advocate
Mhm.
that as an ANCAP, I must vote yes because it somehow reduces the state towards this out group. It
Yes
allows
or
this out
nothing,
group,
right? Like what you're not allowed to vote is no, but you're allowed to
right?
abstain or vote yes. Like as you said,
So and
inaction is not
so
aggression.
my message is that I believe that in many of these cases we are inaccurately believing that a vote yes is mandatory.
No, it's not. Like, I don't believe
No,
that.
no,
Mhm.
no, I think it is mandatory.
Like you could analyze it and see, right? If the vote yes and inaction both would be, you know, correct in that position, in my opinion. Uh, and
The only exception is if somebody can prove to me that the option in front of me is like reducing the state.
yeah, of
Maybe
course.
there's no,
Mhm. Okay, let's think
I
about
don't
it.
know if maybe there is no obligation.
See,
I haven't thought about it enough. I
okay,
think
let's take the Martian scenario. Uh, like, see, that's the thing. You would not steal the penny. Like, the obligation is
I can't.
negative. The
Yeah, I
obligation is
can't
not
steal the
positive.
penny, but I also can just stand there and do nothing.
Yeah, the obligation is from the libertarian perspective negative. You have no
Right.
obligation to go and save the Chinese people or the American businessmen who want to trade with them. Like you have the obligation to not stop them. So that is for a bill that is coming in which says increased regulations on Chinese people. That is a no. Increase trade regulations. That's a no. But reduce them. Like you have complete right to say ambivalent, like abstain, right? You don't
So
have a positive obligation to, uh, you know, go and fight every battle for everybody. And you can say that, okay, I have
right.
these other things that I will consider, and because of that, I'm not going to, even though I recognize morally this, and this, uh, I abstain. And inaction cannot
I
be.
think this maybe this will make me a little bit of like uh, a male supremacist in some manner, but I
Mhm,
think that this is something that I observe.
mhm,
So uh, there is this energy of caring, which I associate with being feminine,
mhm,
which is there is a drowning person, and uh, the male hero will want to rescue that person,
Mm-hmm.
and the female will empathize. The male would want to rescue that person out of empathy and the desire to restore order and to be pro-life.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman would want to do the same thing, but more out of the empathy for the suffering that's happening. And here is the issue. If I know that that person that's drowning
Mm-hmm.
is evil and is very likely going to drag me with them to their well-deserved end, which they caused,
I'm
then
going to
as a
be happy.
man, that as a man, not only will I be happy, I will stand there and I will walk away possibly,
Mm-hmm.
but I will definitely not abandon my empathy. Yes, I don't like suffering, so I might look away, but I'm not going to jump in there and try to rescue something that is evil, even though I know that it's suffering, or
Mm-hmm.
he's suffering, or she's suffering. But
I'd
the
go
issue in
further
our
than
movement is that we
I'd go
have,
further than I'd go further and say that if something is evil and it's suffering, it's a form, it's justice. It's just that it should suffer. I would be happy. I'd be like, yeah, that's the consequences of your actions, buddy. Good luck.
but we have in our group,
Mhm.
and this is both directly women within the group, within like the
I think it's
libertarian sphere.
altruism versus egoism. I don't think it's man and woman, but like it might be.
No, no, I don't think it's just altruism. I think it's altruism could be the result of this, possibly. The underlying feeling is not self-sacrifice. It is raw empathy. It is the feeling that there is suffering and motivation to reduce suffering and to be nurturing and caring. And they want you to end the suffering, and that overshadows their analysis of what's there. They see themselves drowning, and I don't see myself as that
Yeah,
person.
no, I'm never gonna be in that situation because I'm not that person. Yeah. Mhm.
No, but the worst thing is I know that if I'm drowning, because if I do, no, everything is possible. I might be in that situation, but
Mhm.
that person that's there, they will be clapping as I
Mhm.
drown.
Mhm.
They told me that. And
Mhm.
so I am able to imagine that. And that's also part of my empathy, of my ability to imagine evil.
Yeah.
I know that demonic people exist, even though I'm not religious.
Mhm.
And that the chance of a rescue for such a person, not physically, but like as their intellectually, right?
Mhm.
As the soul or like the intellect, the chance of recovery of a truly demonic person is very narrow.
Yeah.
You would have to do extremely cruel things to them and have them experience extreme adversity to literally beat, to exorcise the evil out of them. They would have to be broken and rebuilt, and every history and story of recovery of the people that we oppose, I believe, begins with life dealing them a devastating blow,
Yeah.
and then they get nurtured back into communion with reality,
Mhm.
possibly through adopting religion, which is a more like a classical religion like Christianity,
Mhm.
which is a more adherent to reality form of faith than the leftism.
Mhm.
And when they become in communion with the God that's more realistic, you can then bring them to understand toxicity of empathy, the evil of altruism, individual responsibility, the idea that there are principles that you shouldn't break. All of that comes once they become a tabula rasa again somehow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think
See.
we have this false idea that the fact that they were once an open book means that for the rest of their life they can be redeemed.
Mhm.
Theoretically, yes, I would say yes. I wouldn't be like there are no actual literal demons
Mhm.
that we have to just like
I
deal
can
with.
help you here. I can help here because I am pretty good at this, but I have someone who used to be a socialist. He grew up in a military family, and he grew up in India. So like that's the fucking default position. Like it's the book you read in school. So like I don't judge young Indians for being socialists because they have not yet met me. But after they have met me and talked to me, if they're still a socialist, I judge them. you know. So this person, so I and another ANCAP, someone I think you probably met, someone by the name of ANCAP Monkey. I think you met him in New York. He used to be in my college as well. So like we have a little community of ANCAPs here in Delhi that we created basically. So this person used to be a socialist, but their sense of life, their soul, right? Highly agentic, if you know what I mean. Like someone who wants to
Yes.
get things done, someone who's a natural leader, someone who's articulate, someone who reads books, someone who's like that. And I'm like, okay, I just need to provide this person with the right books to read then. So, it's like we just came into his room every day and we threw Henry Hazlitt on him. Like, hey, read this book, read this
No,
book.
but they're like the Walter Block that shows up to an Ayn Rand meetup,
Hmm.
and she won't talk to him, but one of her friends talks to him and says to him, "Okay, let's trade. I'll read your communist, screed, your
Yeah.
commie books, but you have to read these two books, and one of them is about economics."
Hmm.
And that's how Walter Block becomes a libertarian and then an ANCAP,
Hmm.
because he's already predisposed. He's already like on the path of. He's just like a misguided truth seeker,
No, no, no.
and
I'm
so
getting to something, right? So
sorry.
this person was simply a misguided truth seeker. But because this person comes from a very military background, and this person is very logical, and now I have given him the right ideas, he is a very big converter of himself, right? Like, and so me and him, we have been kind of going back and forth and developing. Okay, how do we convert people? So it's like I think with given effort, I have converted the vast majority of my friends around me, but some take more time to convert than others, right? And of course, the people more fucked up are going to take more time. But the way we go about it is like we go hyper personal, right? Like, and this is where I've read a lot of objectivist psychology and a lot of those things. So we show them exactly, hey, all of this is rotten in your life, and this is how you fix it. And then you charm them in effect, and you're like, this is the solution, and basically, I'm going to keep you accountable from now on, and you want to do this, this, and this, and then there is rewards, and then there is stuff like that, and then the
Right,
person
but
opens
I
their
have
eyes.
to object here a little bit. Like, I love this, and
Mhm.
I'm optimistic about this. But what I was talking about is that there is a level beyond where they are. There is a level of demonic parasites. These are people who enjoy, well, no, yes, but I do believe they can also be converted, and that's what I
I
was
believe,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
mechanism to converting a demon that you can imprison and stop from harming others.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not guaranteed, I guess.
Yeah,
Some are just psychopaths. I mean, that also exists.
yeah.
uh,
If that's
but if
like
they're
if
like
the
if they are
mentality,
like a
yeah.
yeah, if they
Mhm.
are physically
Well,
able to do it, then the way is that normally we don't have these structures, but life breaks them,
mhm.
and then they get rescued by some more rational ideology, and then they get rebuilt, and then you might get like from um, a person that will never steal a penny anymore.
Yeah.
You have a chance for that. So I don't think that's like hopeless. But
Mhm.
as the movement you've shown before, we
Mhm.
don't have a duty to perform this super dangerous operation
No,
to a vast sea of people. It's um
screw the duty.
in
We
some
don't have the
sense it's
means
like
to do. Like,
we don't have the
with
means to
what
do it.
army?
It's
Right? With what army? With what trillions? Like, what do we
and
have?
so
We have two
yeah,
computers.
yeah, and so my idea is that libertarians should be like, what should we pursue then? Like, what's the score chart? So why am I not doing well?
Mm-hmm.
Because I should be talking to you as like a father of multiple children by
Mm-hmm.
now, by my age.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a thing I have to solve.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the the Amish,
Mm-hmm.
the Hasidic Jews, um, the people who New Hampshireites as well. So
Mm-hmm.
people like Jeremy Kaufman, in some sense, and Zulu and others have to admit this. In terms of their physical readiness and what they're physically doing to achieve our ends, um, even though they're wrong on the philosophy in horrible ways, on the physical side, on the action side, he's like far ahead on the score chart. We have to just acknowledge that.
Yes.
And so when you ask me, like, what do I think about Jeremy Kaufman? It's those conflicting feelings. I
Me
have
as well.
such an immense level of respect to him as like a guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a hunch that when you become like a father,
Mm-hmm.
it's the same thing with Dave Smith, you're you get this temptation to say, to avoid scenarios in your mind where somebody can harm your children and your inaction caused it. And so you have this mentality of, I have to be like proactive to secure their future. Uh, be what may, I'm willing to like break every law and break everything that's dear to me to achieve that. Even though, if you're like a little bit more cold about this, analyzing this,
Mm-hmm.
the world that you will establish for them by doing so would be a potential big failure.
Yeah.
Like, you are possibly setting them up into a dystopia if you do
Yeah.
that.
And that's the great epiphany, right? That it is by fighting for this world that, like by fighting for liberty, that I own, that's the only shot that me and my children and everybody I love have, right? Like that there is no trying to fight it. That there's no trying to, okay, but what if I can benefit and like just this once, right? Like what if I can just violate the principles and win? No, there's no winning. Like the principles is how you win, right? And so,
No, no, but the
mhm.
strategy is, again, this is
Oh, for
something we have
sure.
to come.
Hmm.
My idea of strategy is that, if principles is how you win,
Hmm.
then you have to be objective about the principles, and
Yes,
you have to recognize mistakes early because a lot is riding on it. I'll give you
of
an
course.
example. Um, I think that I can prove that Liquid Zulu and many of you guys are objectively wrong on your analysis of so-called, for simplicity, public property.
Hmm. Go
And
ahead.
my argument is as follows.
Hmm.
So I wrote this recently. I don't believe that anything can be involuntarily abandoned.
Hmm.
And I think that stealing something generates ownership over
Hmm.
the right of retribution. And
Yeah.
so it's impossible to destroy an ownership claim completely by stealing, as long as the defender is alive. And when a thief steals something, he generates a right and even a responsibility of guardianship for the restitution and retribution that restores it back into reality. And when you ask who is the mother in this equation, who is the initial responsible party, who's holding that guardianship initially, I think the answer is very clear once you start thinking about it. It is the criminal himself.
Hmm.
So when a criminal steals 10 gold coins from me, he becomes the guardian of those 10 gold coins on my behalf. and the retribution 10 gold coins that he will have to procure somehow to pay back to me for the theft, and possibly other follow-up instances and consequences that he has to make amends for. Now, it is possible, it is actually likely that he will never act as a guardian towards those items. And a third party can show up and take the 20 gold pieces from the thief. However, by doing so, they should, if they're aware of what's going on, they become the guardian on my behalf of all of that stuff. And so when you say who is owning public ownership, when somebody like steals money from 100 people, steals all the gold from 100 people, and then builds a museum with that money, and you guys say nobody owns that museum because group ownership is impossible, I have the idea that yes, ownership is either of the whole thing doesn't exist. However, there's guardianship to sell it off and pay everybody their share. And there's guardianship and there's maybe even individual ownership where that thing can be decoupled and sold off brick by brick and parcel by parcel to everyone that was robbed to generate it. And on top of that, the builder, the actual people that erected this, that spent their labor, that performed the service, more accurate to say, they could have only two modes of existence. It's a true dichotomy. Either they are defenders, meaning they're also being defrauded by the government, and they're building something that the government is not paying them for, and they still own it. The construction company owns the building.
Yes.
Or they are co-conspirators, and then they potentially owe something to the defenders. They know that they're taking the government's money that's taxpayer-based. They're co-conspirator, they're beneficiary in that system. But notice that in all of these dichotomies, the idea that the building is abandoned is entirely absent. That is the point where...
That's not... I'm sorry for interrupting, but that's... In this scenario, I made a whole flow chart, right? So you could track every single property relation, piece by piece by piece. So I can tell you that the 20 gold coins, let's say they were owned by this guy. They went to the builder. The builder then built this thing, and let's assume the builder is innocent. Let's assume the builder doesn't know it's theft. So the builder builds this, and now let's say we as ANCAPs are coming in, we are discovering, okay, the builder did the work, the contract was invalid, so the builder homesteaded this land, so this is builders. The $20, the 20 gold ones, it's the original guys, and the aggressor, he needs to pay 20 more. And so here it's beautiful. But in a lot of these public property issues, what we have is, let's say, the road in front of my house, right? Nobody has any clue.
Wait, before you go, roads are special cases. Let's do something simple like the museum.
Ground, right? Let's say there's a government-owned ground, and they probably stole it from someone, or they just came and they laid claim to it. They found it empty at some point, but they maintain it using taxpayer money, so it's not theirs. It's not. It probably was of someone at some point, right? Like humanity has been long around for me to know that, but we don't know anymore. So, and the people who are the heirs, they don't know anymore. So then, and that's the status I would say most public property is in. If it has an individual owner, of course, it reverts to that, and there it would stand, right? There, if the individual owner is known.
So yeah, I disagree with this.
Okay,
I disagree that even that one, because I believe that what you guys are omitting is that there is a duty by the criminal, the individual agents, to compensate the defender, and the restitution and retribution are in some sense the right is entirely up to the defender. So look at who can object. Now we have the let's say 10 state agents that participate in the criminal conspiracy. There is the 10 construction workers, and there's the, let's say, 100 gold owners that were robbed to build the structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there is like 10 hobos that just want to sleep in that structure and want to try and homestead it in a sense, right? But we're gonna use the Dave's.
We're not, but see, in that case, I already agree with you because yes, the original owners.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it differently. I'll simplify it. No construction workers. They just no, there's no such thing. But no, there's no such thing. There's no construction workers actually. Because think about it. You're saying what they did is they established a border around the plot of land and then registered it so that and maintained the registry. So all of these actions somebody was doing who is either a co-conspirator and then it's up to retribution, or he's an actual owner, meaning there is a construction crew that built the fence around the forest that the state claims. There is a construction crew that's put.
But they don't. They just write it down on a piece of paper. That's what the state does, right? They write it down on a piece of paper and
we can analyze those cases perhaps, but what happens is not that case. All of these hypotheticals that we've been using, the public park has money built, like spent on it, and has value because of its geographical location. Meaning, it was forestalled from the people that reside near it. The museum, the things we care about. I don't care about a guy coming in to settle empty plots of land. That's not the issue we're having. We're fighting over the things where we believe we can easily extract our resources back. If I live in the home and there's a public park outside, and I want to use that public park as means of restitution and retribution, who can oppose me? The state cannot oppose me. They can't say, oh, you must get your payment back in the exact gold coins that you lost. I would say, no, I don't have to. That's not my responsibility as the victim. My responsibility is to choose how I get paid and get paid as fast as possible. So as soon as I can homestead, quote unquote, not homestead, recover anything from the state by any means necessary, that's just the victim's, the defender's prerogative. The state cannot object against me. The outsider that did not pay into this and did not possibly claim this before me, that came in later to try and claim the same thing, he has possibly a case, but I believe he's going to be a latecomer. There is a queue system for everything, including for demanding retribution. Unless he is the builder. The actual physical builder is the first comer, therefore he can come in and make that. But unfortunately for this argument, most builders are actually co-conspirators. They know they're using taxpayer money. Therefore, this foolish builder that's ANCAP, but by force builds museums. Sorry, I know how this works.
Let's be in reality.
It doesn't exist. However, if it did exist, I'll just concede. But then there's more to it. Still, they can't just. They have to be the ones deciding that the hobo can basically that they can abandon it in favor of the outsider, the horrible hobo as we call him, right?
But we don't know. We also don't know if the hobo is the outsider. What if he bought the local pack of cigarettes and the local sales tax?
Excellent. Maybe he is, but then it becomes an argument of how much does he owe? How much restitution is he owed? And what guardianship does he have if he's trying to seize something? So when I seize a bag of a whole bunch of currency mixed together, and I know that I just seized it from a thief because one of the coins is mine, what do I do with the rest of the bag? Do I give it to the thief? I don't want to. I can give it to the thief and say, you have to return that money to all of those people. The thief will say, you're crazy, and will just run with it. Or I can take it and say, I'm now the guardian of all of this money, which means I just took on the responsibility of saying, hey, stolen money, prove your ownership, right?
But then what you're doing in that guardianship is you're just homesteading the park, which is what we want. Like
No,
guarding the park.
I'm not. I'm homesteading the guardianship of the park, correct, which is what we want.
Hmm.
But I don't own the gold. This is the key moment. I
Yeah.
don't own I don't own it. I own the right to return it to other people, which
Hmm.
is an obligation. I can't just put it in I can't forestall it. It's like a baby now.
Hmm.
I now have to feed it. I have to clothe it.
Hmm.
Meaning, and a person might say, now, who are the objectors? It's very important to remember in this analysis, who are the objectors? You could show up, Mon Sharma, and
Hmm.
say, hey, Kasimir, you know, you recovered this gold from a thief a year ago. No advertisements, no public posts about this event. You're
Hmm.
not making any effort.
Yeah.
Give me the bag of gold.
Yeah. That
And
would
you
be
go to a
legitimate.
judge, or you just directly appeal to my adherence to the NAP. I'm gonna have to say, listen, you're right. Here's the bag
Yeah.
of stuff. But notice, it never became unowned. It is now a burden that everybody carries.
Hmm.
And my insight, which I believe is unique, at one point, Liquid Zulu asked me, "Do you believe that the state can have guardianship?" And I said no, because obviously it was like a knee jerk. Obviously, the
Yeah.
state can't own anything. I was wrong. The
Hmm.
criminal can have guardianship, meaning they have the responsibility to act as the guardian and distribute it back, and then somehow figure out how to give even more to as the reparations. Okay,
Hmm.
and this thing exists, um, belongs to the defenders, and if you want to invalidate it, the only way for you is to take it from them, but it doesn't eliminate it. Meaning, as the builder of the museum, you can show up and say, I just own it, problem solved. Now nobody has a point. They can now sell it to us on the market.
Hmm.
Okay, if there's no builder, though, if there's just a equivalent to the bag of gold, and the state can say, my responsibility is to return this to the rightful owners. You are not part of the group of the rightful owners. Therefore, um, you know, I'm not going to give it to you. Now, the argument that Liquid Zulu will make in return is, well, they can't spend any extra money on defending it,
Hmm.
because that would be like, you can't like steal to guard.
Hmm.
He's gonna be right.
Hmm.
But then maybe that becomes more dynamic. Like, what if they are already funding a police force?
Hmm.
Then holding that bag of gold securely against trespassers,
But
against
then
latecomers.
they shouldn't be funding that police force. That's the argument that you're gonna get back. And at the end of the day, we're gonna like see. I think you have made a epiphany here, and I really do like it. What might help you is the kidnapper analogy, right? Like, let's say there is a kidnapper and he takes a kid, right? Uh, Anything further he does to the kid, uh, there would be a further aggression. So he does have a positive responsibility, and I use the word responsibility instead of duty because objectivism, right? So, he has a positive responsibility to do no further harm. So, of course, and same would apply to, and this would be proving your point, right?
But he has to. What if he has to steal to feed the kid?
Mhm. That would still be wrong, right?
So so this is sort of. I think I think this steers us towards a different discussion.
Hmm.
And this is the result of the epiphany.
Hmm.
Paradoxically, Jeremy Kaufman has it right over Liquid Zulu on the topic of actual, tangible, public things that outsiders from some other country come in and want to benefit from. They want to
Mhm.
benefit from the roads, from the museums, from the police stations, from the fire departments, from the banks, from the infrastructure and institutions, and from the welfare. All of
Mhm.
that is like either bags or belong to somebody. They're not unowned. But the epiphany is that he's justifying it wrong. He says he doesn't have the intellectual tools. He didn't develop them like Block did and others
Mhm.
did. He didn't apply the right method to say there must be something going on there, and that something is actually guardianship. We have that format, and the guardianship is not of the gold, by the way. This is a Kinsella objection. I'm not a guardian for the gold because I
Mhm.
can't be a guardian for inanimate objects. I'm a guardian for the defenders that make up the owners of each individual piece.
Can you say that again? Can you say that
Okay,
again? I want to
so
absorb that.
the mother is the guardian of the child.
Mhm.
Okay. When I find somebody passed out in a blizzard and I decide to rescue them and they're like unconscious, I am the guardian of their body.
Mhm.
Right? But I'm a guardian of an individual. Guardianship is for individuals, for persons. The baby is a potential person, therefore there's guardianship.
Why not? Let's say I have hired a security guard. Guard is guardian. Like he's guarding my thing, right? Like that's
No,
an
no, no,
inanimate
no,
object.
no. Guardianship is a separate meaning. It's a
Okay,
concept.
okay.
Is the
You're
idea
using it specifically to denote over.
a trust?
Yes. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Right? No, no, it's a trust, right? So the idea of a trust is like it's a positive obligation to take in yourself by doing what? By having birth, by interfering in a person lying in a blizzard, right?
Mhm.
You have grabbed them from the blizzard. Now you might have an obligation to improve their situation because you've decided to kidnap them, and when they wake up, you will say, well, you were not actualizing your ownership of your body
Mhm.
because you were unconscious.
You
And
couldn't
I
have.
assumed because there was no DNR on you message, do not resuscitate, I
Mhm.
assumed you wanted to be rescued. And my intentions were pure, and you were not communicating ownership
Mhm.
of your capacity to control your body. So I rescued you. So, if you still want to go die in a blizzard, please hang a sign and I'll
Yeah.
respect it at that point, right?
Yeah.
So now, and this is the correct use of guardianship in libertarianism. It always
Right.
applies to a person who's capable of doing something. What I'm also saying is that if somebody has his wallet stolen, I'm not in guardianship assigned to that wallet. I'm in guardianship for the rights of the defender.
Mhm.
Meaning, I can assume the rights of the defender. I can assume that in lieu of the wallet, they might just want financial compensation. They might want, a ton of apples. They might want a loaf of bread. They might want a piece or like the engine of a car. They might want a plot of land to be subdivided and to get 5 square feet of it for their own private ownership in return. And the only people who can fight us against the rationality of that choice are other defenders. That's what people don't understand. It's not the it's the other defender that can say, "Hey, you're taking too much." What does it mean taking too much? It means you took on some of the guardianship, objectively so. You got overcompensated. And then you ask them, "Oh, prove it." Is there an objective way to judge it? Go ahead. Then this becomes a market negotiation about finding the truth, but nowhere in that exchange. Um, so the guardianship is towards people and their choices and the assumptions of what they would want. Myself, I would want to be compensated for everything stolen from me. Therefore, if somebody shows up and says, we've the state has fallen and we've subdivided this museum and sold it by parts. And now, do you want to claim this thing? I have the option to say yes
Mhm.
and not receive the exact, currency that I participate in paying for it. And that would be the Hoppian legalization of society. That's what it would consist of. It
Mhm.
would consist of people saying, going to like a tax agent, just like they do now to calculate taxes. They would see the history. They would see like how much can they take back. Somebody would do a calculation of how much they voluntarily took back before.
Mhm.
Involuntary doesn't really matter.
Mhm.
And that would be some kind of a math. Again, nowhere would you say an abandonment happened.
Mhm.
Let me give you another argument that's important here, a counter argument that people propose to me.
Mhm.
What if somebody built the house like a contractor, this um, who was fooled by the state to do it, okay, innocent.
Mhm. Uh, that's not strong enough because see, then you establish a specific use case, but your case stands for most things. So we're back where we
No,
are.
no, no. Okay, I'm gonna make it let's make it simpler. I own the house, the state seized it,
Mhm.
and then what they did with it is they destroyed it.
Mhm.
They destroyed it, and it destroyed every symbol of my ownership of it. All I
Mhm.
have is memory and a record somewhere. I pay the records keeping company to keep tabs of my property, and they
Mhm.
hold the objective evidence that I own something. But the
Mhm.
thing doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What do I do then? Do I did I became involuntarily um like did the house become unowned? My
No,
answer is exactly. My answer used to be potentially,
no.
and I but the answer is answered if I have evidence to prove that I owned it, and then I can hound the agents that destroyed it forever until
Mhm.
I get mine back in any form I want. The only person who can, a second person who had their own house destroyed, he has a first comer competition with me over
Mhm.
how to distribute the property, the ownership of these agents that they used to own and now belongs to us. Between our group of defenders, we will have to market negotiate how much, who's the first comer, how much each person gets. And it will be possibly a complicated situation.
But see that's where we're running into a problem because let's take the local park, right? Let's say I am currently taxed to maintain the local park over there, and the tax I specifically own the tax money. And yes, guardianship over the local park, I can concede you that in the sense of but I still don't own the local park. You know what I mean? Like,
Correct. You don't own. You own the
like
duty that you've accepted to
mhm,
start doing something as soon as you can. Now, here's what you can do.
mhm.
While the state exists and prevents you from doing anything else, you can exclude people who would objectively destroy the value of that thing and who are complete outsiders. So you're right. Maybe you don't have an argument against the hobo because you don't know their history. Maybe they did pay enough or something.
Anything, right?
So it will be like a complex argument.
Mhm.
But
And
the
also,
issue
you have to see if the hobo is truly destroying, maybe just sitting over there. And like unsightliness is not destruction, right?
it it's it it becomes, I would just say it like this. It becomes a fairly complex argument.
Mhm.
But certain things could be obvious. For example, um, if I live near a park and the state takes my home and I build a tent in that park,
Mhm.
then you, as my neighbor, can't now call me a hobo and evict me
Yeah,
because I'm the first comer restitutor to that park. But it is incorrect to say that I homesteaded that park. I didn't need to homestead anything. I didn't need to homestead
Ca-
anything.
can
You
the hobo
understand?
come? Can the hobo come and let's resurrect the heroic hobo. So
Yes.
So the hobo is like, I am the most heroic hobo in this world, and I am your guardians. I am your guardian. So he comes and he comes to the park and he establishes a guardian flag and he's doing cocaine over there. So could he
Yes,
do?
but there's a need. Yes, if they actually do that.
Hmm.
However, there is an issue with that.
Hmm.
If a better guardian shows up and tells them to leave
Hmm.
one of the defenders, then they have to pack up. In
Yeah,
fact, they might have to even clean up after themselves
yeah, sure.
and pull every blade of grass back in its original configuration. I'm jesting here. But, you know, but yes, so again, but here's the thing. People have a knee-jerk reaction to say unowned, and I was like always against this idea mentally. I believe I had like this feeling of a great injustice towards this concept of forced abandonment. I did not have a good argument against it until I started examining how guardianship applies and what type of thing it is. Now, the only defeater I see is if somebody says, you know what, guardianship doesn't exist, period. Guardianship is a spook. If
Hmm.
somebody can prove that and just eliminate guardianship whatsoever completely, that would be a defeater. I accept that as a defeater. Problem is, I know that like Monhop, Liquid Zulu, all of our thinkers, including maybe except Kinsella, accept guardianship, accept forestalling, accept these duties, I don't know, responsibilities existing that you can voluntarily take on yourself. um, they accept that there's a class of a thing there, a concept there. Then I can use that concept to fill in gaps that I believe exist, which is what I'm doing here. And so, no, the state cannot own anything, but paradoxically, in some capacity, it can guard it.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and this is the other thing. The other thing is,
I'm still having a
let's
problem with this because let's take it in the way that okay, the park was stolen so long ago that we do not remember who it belongs to. Nobody remembers. So the park itself is abandoned.
no, 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 no. The issue is that um, the there is a
Practically abandoned, right? Like we
the state. Here's the thing: the state by its nature produces a class that instead of victims, I don't like calling people victims. I like calling them defenders.
Mhm.
Okay, because they're
That
not victims; they're defenders.
good term to
These
use.
defenders, they are produced as a class by the nature of the state. The state, by definition, to exist, has to produce them because it has to steal from somebody. And by the nature of the theft of the taxation, they produce the responsibility for payback. And that is a positive obligation on every criminal. And in order to seize that from the criminal, you have to be more virtuous than the criminal, meaning you have to act as a greater guardian than them, which you can easily do. It's like
Yeah.
instant, no argument. Any outsider is immediately the better guardian, but
Mhm.
he's a better guardian, not a better homesteader, not a better owner.
Mhm.
That's the key, that the mistake they're making. Now, I do want
But
empty plots of
see, but
land to be homestead.
uh, then we are saying that the state owns the right of, let's just say that the state owns the right of guardianship over this park for who? For a class of people, but that's still collective ownership.
No, because guardianship is not ownership. The
You're
it
you're
ha
owning
it
the right, right? Like
No, no, no. It has, sorry, it has an individual. It's like you view it as visually as like
mother in
a
child.
big as a big bag, but you should view this as a collection. Visualize it um, as a collection of strings shooting out at every defender, of
Hmm.
relations one on one with each one of them.
Hmm.
And what it owes them is whatever the hell the other person says that doesn't aggress against his neighbor. And if it gets complicated, then so be it. However,
See,
we have a
but But
Sorry,
that
we have a
okay.
principle to minimize complications, which is first come, first serve. I am obligated to recover 200%. I'm not
Mhm.
obligated to help you recover your 200%.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't disagree. But where we are, like, what the problem, what's sounding a little, and by the way, to your credit, you have tread new ground here. This is a new concept, and I really appreciate it. I'm just, thinking out loud here. So, hmm, so the problem that I'm having here is that when we are saying there will be complications, well, that's what property rights are for, right? Resolving disputes. And as you said, like first common principle, if I am the first one to the recollection booth and I get my 200%, I'm happy as a clam and I'm going home. I don't care if anybody else gets it, right? That's not my positive
I
obligation.
care, I empathize, but
Yeah, yeah. Like fundamentally, I care about myself, and then my best friend, and then go on and go on, right? And it's like, uh, you know, so
yes, and then and
there's
then we
that.
have and then we have a
But
chain gang of state agents mining gold to pay for the difference. I mean,
yeah,
fine.
mhm. And what still is troubling me is the park is still abandoned. Like, uh, like what we did was, in effect, the money was spent on the park, and the money has now disappeared into the economy. Let's say, right? Uh, Now what we have said is, like, this is what I would say that's being done. The Guardian has homesteaded the park and sold it to get the money, and now we are going to the collection base. But the park throughout this period was abandoned because we don't know the individual owner of the park.
Let me give you another objection that will possibly help you that's in my mind, and I haven't focalized it yet.
Mhm,
Abandonment, it could be that we should have, and I was very close to this
mhm,
concept before.
mhm,
It could be that abandonment, let's say, in particular in cases of theft, has to be a human action. Meaning,
mhm,
um, um, people have this argument that maybe the ownership doesn't exist anymore. I believe I can defeat that argument. And if it exists, then necessarily it is not abandoned because the defender has not abandoned it. Now, people are saying, well, the house, the money in the economy was melted and recycled and melted and recycled. You don't have the tangible, fungible good there. Maybe it was a piece of paper with an IOU that's sort of an intangible economic product or whatever.
mhm,
Um, however, there there is this weird concept that the criminal um, he has to make things right, and deciding how is pretty much up to the defender in a transaction very much akin to trade. I can consider what was taken and I can say, I'm willing to trade it. I'm willing to give up my right to, to take from you if you give me back this other thing that I value, as long as I don't aggress by doing so against someone else. It could be that the deal will become void. Say, for example, the state stole a car from me and they have a whole garage of other cars, and I say, okay, you stole this car from me and now it's gone, you still owe me a car. Let's eliminate retribution for now. I just want restitution. I'm gonna grab one of the cars in your stolen car's garage.
yeah.
Um,
I
there could be a defender
I don't
that will
disagree with the
track.
actions. By the way, I like the actions that are being done here. I disagree with the terminology. Uh, I would say the terminology here is that you're in possession of the park, and of course, you don't have a right to that as well because you're the state. You have the right to you have the positive obligation to guard it for sure. You know, basically against other state. I would say what who I would say on an abandoned park they don't have that obligation as well, but on a park which
Of
we
course,
know to be property, they have that obligation. But let's say when we say abandoned, let's say they stole it 200 years ago and nobody remembers. Like that's what I consider most public property these days. And if that's not the case, then we're talking about something else.
Yeah, but I'm yes, where I believe that I have a way in even there.
Mhm.
If it has a fence
Mhm.
and the abandonment is the owner is just unknown.
Not
Um,
unknown. Like let's say the fence
well,
was so old. Like say the nobody remembers the fence builder anymore,
no. Then it
or it's
doesn't
just a
exist.
ground.
Then it
Mhm.
doesn't exist. Then
I
it
mean,
just doesn't exist.
the fence
But
is
if it
like robust fence, robust as fence. Like
no, we have different scenarios.
Mhm.
Let's analyze them. There was an owner 100 years ago, doesn't have any heirs, and then
That we
but
know of.
that we know of. No, let's simplify. No heirs.
Okay.
The state maintains the fence.
Mhm.
Is it abandoned?
Uh,
My answer, your answer has to be yes.
mhm.
My
There's no,
answer is
but there's no owners left. Who owns it?
it becomes the thing that anyone can use to gain retribution.
Mhm.
They have the first comer right to ask for retribution ahead of complete outsiders to the system. Because the state established this class that, like Damocles' sword, hangs the responsibility over them. And now there could be an argument that the defender has to voice that desire to gain that park. I used to be I used to believe that's my strongest position. And so what I would say is I would just come out on Twitter, and which is what I did, was very funny, and I announced I own the guardianship of over New York City, and I posted the Metropolitan Museum with an ANCAP flag on it, and I said I'm the guardian until anyone else says otherwise. It
Mhm.
was a very fun meme. Stayed under the radar of the state, thank God. They might misunderstand such claims. Uh, but maybe that's how it functions. But now
Mhm.
I think I can actually uh, claim further than that. I claim that by nature of the state, it holds that guardianship until I said otherwise. Now that if I told you that I actually seriously consider myself a guardian of that, now it's no longer in the state, it's in my hands. I own it, and I cannot abandon it. I cannot forestall it. I like maybe I have some if it was a serious claim, I have to like be responsible. So let's say the state collapses tomorrow, and people are like, "Hey, Kasimir, that's not a joke. You have to like work now. You have
Mhm.
a new job, Kasimir." And I'll be like, "Fuck." And I
Shouldn't
would
have
say,
said.
"Hey, somebody wants this guardianship. Please help." Oh,
Mhm.
but I would have to start doing things to the best of my ability every day
Mhm.
to like measure the thing, cut it up into parcels,
Mhm.
advertise that it's up for grabs for decriminalization.
Mhm.
For I would have to be part of that process.
Mhm.
So maybe that's what's needed. And so, for example, if Dave Smith or Jeremy Kaufman show up and they say we own guardianship for the United States of America,
Mhm.
and everybody and becomes like a meme, haha, heh, funny stuff, and all the like national channels repeat that. Funny libertarian, look at what silly claim he made. And he says, yes, it's a joke, haha. But then, in the right moment, he might say, no, that was my best effort to signal that.
Yeah.
And then now it's a very weird thing because it's weird, meaning we didn't think about this before. But now that's not a state. He's like a potentially, in that aspect at least, not an aggressor, right? And so
Yeah.
now you have to deal with him
Mhm.
and with what with and I think this is the interesting part.
Because see, what I'm coming at it here is that let's say we have achieved our goals. We're at the state's collapse, and they're at the negotiating table. I would look for something similar to what you're saying, but I would say it like this. this park, which we have no record of any owner of, is in currently your possession. You have spent all this money trying to fight me and doing 15 other things besides. So I'm going to take this park. I'm going, I'm going to take it from your possession and I'm going to homestead it, right? But it's not mine yet. Like it's not theirs to give. It's they possess it currently for sure, and they're going to keep possessing it till we basically wrestle it off of them, in effect. And that's the
But
thing with outsiders, right? Like,
that's a difficulty. But I
Mhm.
believe that there are two possibilities. One of them, which is like immediately defeats your position, is if
Mhm.
somebody already pre-claimed that park and
Yeah, for
therefore
sure,
stalled.
for sure, for sure, for sure.
Uh, but either as homesteading or as a way to redistribute to the victims. But it's
I would
quite
say
possible.
they're homesteading and then they're out of the kindness of their heart redistributing.
No, I think that it's quite possible that I could argue, and I think I will make this argument as like a challenge,
Mhm.
that I can claim that I can't homestead it because I know that the state has victims that might have a first comer claim. I can guard as a victim and get
But see,
retribution. I can use it as retribution and then guard the rest. Or maybe I the state owes me enough that I can take the whole thing,
Mhm.
but it's not going to be called homesteading. It's going to be classified as retribution and restitution.
Mhm. Okay.
So that's
See, when we say first comer claims, like in property theory, the first comer is the first embodiment, right? Uh, because you were taxed, that did like because I was taxed, I didn't literally go and embody that park over there. I'm not technically the first comer. I'm the person who was coerced to go over there, right? Because
correct.
see, my taxes right now are probably paying for some fence on the border of India and China. I don't own. I've never been there. I never owned that, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
However, what you did homestead is the stuff that was taken from you.
Is the
No, of course. I mean
no, no,
the
no.
money that you pay.
I didn't hear the last part.
No, the money. Sorry, I'll repeat. The money that you're actually paying,
Mhm.
that you homesteaded,
Yes.
and the fact that it was fenced. Let's call it fencing, which is like to hide stolen goods by mixing them up in
Yeah, yeah.
garbage and like
That
spreading them
fence.
over the
Yeah.
market. The fact that that happened did not make you. No, there. This is the disagreement. I
Mhm.
know that some people in Liquid Zulu's group, maybe him as well, believe that you were forced to abandon your goods when it was
No,
like
no, no, no.
no. So, but what do you own then? You
Uh,
own
the right to retribution.
anything that the right for restitution and
And
retribution by
retribution.
any means necessary that does not aggress against other potential claimants.
Yes.
And so suddenly there is a class that can um, uh, that default to be ahead of another class, which is people who were not involved in any of this in any capacity before,
Hmm.
who were involved with another agency somewhere far away that owes them something in another center.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that I believe that this is a difference from what Liquid Zulu says right now, and
Hmm.
I think it's a crucial mistake. You don't have to have ownership to limit somebody's access to something.
Hmm.
If a man is lying around like unconscious in the street, and somebody appears and wants to kick them in their ribs, and I stop that person, like I don't claim ownership over that body, but what I've did is I've performed the actions of a guardian.
Hmm.
And interestingly, um, it's quite possible that I can even call the police to
Hmm.
stop the kicking,
Yeah.
just like I would do to call the police to stop another crime, even though
Hmm.
I want to defund the police tomorrow.
Hmm. Yeah.
I could allocate their resources to evict the outsider from the park under the limit that the outsider might later in ANCAP sue me and say, hey, you actually misidentified me. I was innocent and
Mhm.
I was the guardian in that moment, and you called the cops on me, you committed an aggression.
Mhm.
I wasn't, trying to homestead something that's not mine. I was trying to guard it for the true victims, and you misidentified me and sicked the state against me, you horrible person aggressor.
Yeah,
I'm risking that mistake for sure, like, of
yeah, for
course.
sure, for sure.
But
But
I risk that mistake every time I call the cops to stop a robber. I
Mhm.
could be stopping an innocent, obviously.
Mhm. I would say there is a temporal uh, point that I would like to make here, in the sense that there is the time, there's the time at which, let's say, you see someone at the park who you suspect to be an outsider, right? Uh, but as long as right now is not the time you're asking for retribution and restitution, right? Like right now is not that time, right? Like you don't get to kick them out right now, like unless and until,
Um,
let's say that, see that
no, I think I do.
it's
I think
like
I do. It's
the
just
unless,
make the
okay,
analogy of
yes, yes,
wait,
yes,
wait, wait,
unless.
wait.
Mhm.
Make the analogy of this being a bag of money. What the state is, they robbed a whole bunch of people and
Mhm.
they took the money, mixed it in a bag, and put it in the middle of the street.
Mhm.
And now there's a cop walking around that bag and defending it.
Mhm.
Now, in 5 years, they will topple the cop, the government, and they will be able to go and redistribute that money to each other. Until
Mhm.
that point, they can support the idea of the cop preventing it from being stolen from there. They could protest, they could say, we want redistribution now, but they can also prevent it from being further fenced.
Mhm.
And the person that comes in and tries to say, oh, it's abandoned, I can just like start taking it to homestead it. He is a fence. He's not an innocent homesteader. He's in an accidental or deliberate fence, co-conspirator to the theft, a second, third thief, potentially.
But that
Somebody
but
that
still, you know, the point is, I would 100% agree with the money. The point is, the money went to pay for a land we do not know the owner of, to pay for the upkeep of it. The money was still owned. The money, wherever it is, it may not be recoverable. It's still owned by the original people. The point is the land. Now, at the point of, let's say, the the trade negotiation between the state agent and you can then make a positive claim on that possessed land that the state does not own. But in the interim, in which negotiation has not happened, like you cannot, because you do not yet own it. And no, like really, like,
I don't claim ownership over it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
claim guardianship over it to use it to pay the
But
defenders.
mhm. See,
So now listen, I want before you go forward, I want to say
mhm.
that's a thought that I'm writing down right now. I should because I want to think it through. Maybe it is a counter argument. I like the structure of it.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm
what
also
I'll do is
thinking
I'll
on the
write it
flip.
down. I'll write it down to viciously crush it like more formally next time. Of
Yep.
course, I like the way you're thinking, but
Mhm.
I think that if guardianship exists, then it exists from the moment of the crime up until the moment of payout, regardless of the negotiation that happens
Mhm.
later on.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, here's the tool that I'm giving you to examine this.
Yeah.
The question you should always ask:
Mhm.
who can object?
Mhm.
The most important question in guardianship is who can object. A mother is a guardian to a small baby,
Mhm.
and somebody believes that she's mistreating that baby.
Mhm.
Who can object? If there is a father, then maybe the outsider should ask the father, hey, are you gonna exercise your guardianship over this child because you're next in line?
Mhm.
You're like the first comer. If she's like effectively not, and he says no, then you can object.
Yeah.
But if he immediately says, really, that's happening, I'm exercising my guardianship right now, thank you for telling me, then you taking the child would be kidnapping in that point.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, even if you do say you take the child from the mother and you know that the father exists, your guardianship is just strictly to bring it to the father.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, there could be a family there of like grandparents and other claimants,
Yeah.
blood related, and they might say, "Oh, the father is a bum, he can't," or like aggressor, he can't do that.
Yeah.
There
There
could
are
be like a whole complicated thing over there,
chain of
but
heirs, right?
but
Yeah.
but who can object?
Mm-hmm.
They can. I
Yeah.
can't. I am an outsider. So that's the question. In the park case, if the hobo is completely disconnected, can he object? My answer is no. My answer is Rothbard was right in the wrong way. Rothbard claimed group ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Hoppe claimed group ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Bollocks.
Mm-hmm.
But group guardianship is just like, um, it's not even group guardianship. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't
Guardian.
exist. Okay, I'll agree.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist. But because we group it to make sense of it easier, we lump it together, like we collectivize it. But
Mm-hmm.
it's a series of individual relationships.
Yeah.
It's a network of obligations and first comer potential responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh, I'll certainly think about it. I think the temporal argument, like the two things that come to my mind, but like we keep going on this forever. But
Of course.
I think both of us, we should go home and do our own homeworks on this. But see, this is why I really like, discourse with you because, like if you destroy me, I grow greater, and if I destroy you, you grow greater, right? Like it's logic, it's good. It's like I hope you destroy me, and I hope I destroy
No,
you
and
both at the
my
same
attitude my attitude is very simple.
time.
I'm like tenacious. I
Hmm.
still believe strongly morally that we should that if something beautiful was created with state money that everybody enjoys,
Hmm.
I'm still finding a way to preserve it against people who just want to entropy it down into non-existence.
I
I
agree.
still want like this is like and you agree this is like an I just understand the obligation to find NCAP tools to do it,
No, but
and that's
I, I would simply say that higher moral theory can go for that, right? Like I could just appeal to that beauty, and that beauty is a, good thing. And I would say whoever is the owner, uh, they they would be doing a great moral crime if they destroy that beauty. And if they do, then we should physically remove them from society. Like we should not trade with them on the condition that they keep that there. Hey, trade it with someone else, man. Like that's the thing, right? Like
right,
because
of course,
destruction for the sake of destruction, that's nihilism. That's incorrect, right?
but
And
not necessarily illegal is what you're saying, which you're correct about. Listen,
yes,
I want to. I like fencing. I really want to go. We've been going for a while, but I
mhm,
have like written some notes in
yeah,
response to just listening to Jeremy Kaufman speak. I've been
mhm.
complimenting him. I've been even defending his broader position using much better tools than he does. I hope by some luck he listens to a version
This
of
is all
this.
I want, right? Like this is what I want the 1% of the 1% of 1% to be. Like bring forward your best, right? Like let's see who's
Right.
correct. Because that's what can benefit me, right? If I'm currently
Yeah.
wrong,
So
then
when
that's
he
gonna hurt.
says when he says compromise is okay, this is
Mhm.
what he lost.
Yeah.
He lost the ability to show up like this
Mhm.
and to hobo rush your unowned plot of land argument and to homestead it with the guardianship argument. Okay, I'm just kidding you. Okay,
Yeah.
but he's losing on this. But
Mhm.
he believes that for survival's sake, he doesn't have the time. And I
Yeah.
think this is where we disagree. Now, he also says, I read all the books. You haven't read my book.
Yeah.
You haven't read my book, okay? And you
Mhm.
haven't read Stephen Kinsella's new book because you're not advertising it.
Yeah.
This is directly um to Jeremy Kaufman. Like
Mhm.
when he says I've read all the books, I believe that is the
20
source of
years ago.
his.
Yeah.
Yes, of
He's read all
his
the books
and
20 years ago.
of Dave Smith's hubris. Because it's like imagine saying I passed the bar 20 years ago,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
then you didn't practice law for 20 years. I mean,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
in our society, the Supreme Court has like changed the law radically. Like you would be doing a disservice to your client. There's
Mhm.
no such thing as I've read the books. You never
Keep
listen.
reading the books.
The books are going to keep getting written, and unless you know that nothing new was invented, this was like the great tragedy of Hans Hermann Hoppe.
Mhm.
The young, I keep remembering this moment. It was like struck me.
Prax
It was
Ben, right?
so
The
the
Prax Ben.
Prax Ben moment.
Mhm.
Oh, that was so bad of Hoppe to say. That was so irresponsible. It was such hubris for him to say that theory is over. Theory is over.
It hasn't
Like
even started
it,
yet.
it's like saying it's like seeing a newborn baby, which is in human civilization. Libertarianism exists probably less than 100 years,
Yeah, it's less than a century. Like literally less than a century. And
and in some concepts, in some core concepts, it's less than a decade.
mhm, mhm,
And to
mhm.
say, oh, it knows everything it needs to know as an adult, the
For
hell it
example,
doesn't.
mhm, like
Yes.
the concept that you're just giving, right? Like, we'll see if it stands. And if it stands, then it was born less than, like, it was born in 2026, right now, right?
Or
So what are you talking?
2025, yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So like, it's like, see, we have a lot of answers. We don't have all the answers, and we might not even know what answers we don't have, right? And so, this is what I would. This is like a peace treaty, that I would put forward to someone like Jeremy Kaufman, is that say that I have read the books 20 years ago. I have, I think, a good enough understanding compared to the average person. And I'm just trying to be an entrepreneur here to do my best to get these things done. I probably will make mistakes. I don't claim to be the libertarian. And I will listen to the better people. And if arguments are there, I'm going to change my, but I'm not going to advocate for uh, like don't say the word compromise, like that defeats you. Like you're not compromising, right? Like if you're ever compromising.
It's like I'll give you my favorite analogy, which is the R word, of course, with
Mhm.
compromises.
Yeah.
And I don't have to say it, so I'll allude to it.
Mhm.
It's like really wanting a woman and finding no way to convince her to love you,
Yeah.
and then saying, "Let's compromise on this question." Well, one moment.
No,
What do you
let's not do.
mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean, let's compromise on this moment? What do you mean? The
Yeah.
goal is a voluntary marriage. How do you compromise on that?
You don't.
You're not gonna get what you want. You're gonna create something that you don't want, clearly. So I think the problem is for me, I create these visceral images for myself to say why I cannot break these things, because that's the analogy. Like,
Mhm.
I am in favor of love, I'm not in favor of abuse, even
Mhm.
though physically they often look exactly the same from the outside.
Mhm.
Okay, some people are into some weird stuff, okay, in their
Yeah.
bedrooms, right?
Mhm.
But we understand as human the clear distinction, and it's the consent. And if you can't obtain it, you're supposed to do something about it. You never compromise about that part.
Mhm.
Now, for him, the issue is that for him, it's an equally visceral analogy where the safety of his wife and children are involved. And he believes that we are compromising on that safety when we show up and we protest the tactically bad things in bad moments in history. And I think, to his credit, he might be correct in that allegation. The response that he has is wrong, but the allegation is like spot on. And if I could consensually whip many libertarian Zulu army members, I would on this topic. I would be like, stop saying stupid shit. So that your pain response registers with touching a hot stove.
Mhm,
It's a hot stove. You
mhm,
have to be tactical. It's not going to be an easy road. You chose the difficult road. You want it easy. Wear a MAGA hat.
mhm,
I have. It feels better than anything ever. It's you're always right. The God Emperor of the United States is right, and 4D chess is like the default position. You have a whole community of people that mostly do the right thing, by the way. They're like
mhm,
mostly right about like 80% of things.
mhm,
And you can just have good feels and Zula every single day there.
mhm,
There is a website called Patrio.win, which makes put Zulu to shame. They are like the cheerleading squad that keeps going on and on and on. And when you join them, it's I've been there. It's like insanely positive, but
mhm.
it's also cultish, and it's an evasion of reality. And Jeremy Kaufman does not support that, but he wants that safety now, and um and we want to give it to him. I'm I want to sell like the better version, the better arguments to him. I want him to embrace it. I want him to stop being this annoying, I've read old books, you guys are silly antagonist. And then show up like he did, like we did a mutual call in to I Hypocrite when a hypocrite said he wants to end all libertarians
Mhm.
physically, right, and violently. We both did a call in, and we had separate strategies. My strategy was to just gr grab with the history and say, no, you misunderstand the United States. White supremacists used to have more of what you want under libertarianism in the 1800s than you have like before 1913. You had the right to isolate, to segregate, to be with your kind, to not have to worry about people pissing in the street. The pissing in the street, the theft of like with it's less than $1,000, therefore you can rob a store. All of that is a product of your ideology, not ours. It's a
Mhm.
product of the socialism. And when I speak that way to his audience, I'm in the power position. I am in favor of order. I am the spreader of civilization. After
Mhm.
me comes in Jeremy Kaufman. You should listen to that podcast. And he
It's gonna
starts
be
like, and
you.
he
You know
starts.
what
I'm
it's
sorry. I'm
gonna be.
sorry to say we're both Jewish, but he starts Jewing around with that person. He starts saying, "Oh, I really like the way you do things. I like the same sort of things. I sort of want." We actually, many libertarians are indeed mistaken, and yes, I also. He's like, he's 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 compromising, and he believes that will endear him to those people that want to say that they want to kill us. What I'm
Exactly.
telling what I'm telling people like I Hypocrite is that in a libertarian society, somebody that writes an article that he wants to kill a group of people might end up in an open war that they don't want. Okay, and it's
Man,
not going to be from a position of
you and
like
I think so alike.
of like
Very
female
alike.
energy trying to compromise with them. Oh, did you really mean it? It will be like it'll be like an office conversation. You hear that guy that declared war against the world? He got shot. Really? He ended up in the hospital? Oh, that's tragic. I hope he gets to learn from his mistake. I hope it wasn't final,
Yeah,
right? But maybe next time he won't communicate
yeah.
so violently. Maybe he'll like
Because
moderate his speech.
yeah. Because I once again live in a country where there is no free speech. So when he says something like that, better beware that there are people in the real world who mean what they say, right? Like,
Of course.
yeah. So
No, no,
I'm
no.
I'm a
But
six I'm a six
it's
foot
a
one guy. and I'm going to ask you on your face, do you want to kill me? And then let's see what happens, you know?
No, for sure. But he is like he doesn't understand. We
That
understand
stuff
like
makes me
the
very angry. And like the leaders of the movement, when they like go with like, you know, bended knees in front of these people, like I don't like, I think that's far more tactically worse than, let's say, you know, defending, let's say, some lefty, not
yeah,
defending
yeah.
lefty,
No,
you know?
our message is that it'll be very expensive. Your strategy against us is very expensive, especially because if we want to endear ourselves to your audience,
Mhm.
we don't have to lie to do so.
Yeah.
We don't have to. All we have to do is open the history books
Yes.
and quote from the history books, and you can look at the documents we quote.
Mhm.
They're a primary source. You can go to the Library of Congress. You can
Mhm.
just like physically walk there and open up the microfilm, and you can get access to it, and you can try to prove us wrong.
Yeah.
We have the epic montage of the achievements of the Industrial Revolution, and it's
Mhm.
ours, and
Mhm.
it's based as hell.
Yep. And like,
That's
that's the
how
thing.
we present.
Yeah.
We
Like,
we've built Hyperborea in real life. We've established Atlantis, right?
yeah.
We have Rearden Steel. We have the Fountainhead, right?
Yep.
That's like, and it's
That's the
not
energy. Like that's the energy to
the
carry.
fragile woman that wrote it. It's the heroic men she wrote about that exist in reality.
Mhm.
Now, some of these men, they're flawed, they later in life became evil. Sure. Some of them may have been like not as good as advertised. Sure. That's not what romantic understanding of history is about.
Yeah.
We understand the general trends. The general trends were small government, explosion of human wealth and prosperity,
Mhm.
when combined with the European um, Anglo
Philosophy.
religious and the philosophical
Broadly,
mindset.
the philosophy, right? And
The
see,
philosophy, right?
mhm.
Correct.
and
Philosophy absorbed into the culture.
mhm.
So,
and see,
uh,
this is where I, you know, like I wrote a lot of notes early on as well, and this is where I might want to say certain things that might also help you out, you know. But we can go through that as well if you want. And so, one thing that I really like is that you do have like a mapped out theory of history that I find a lot of merit in. But I think you should also try to tie it to the philosophical theory of history, because this was up up to the AGNC, I was with you, right? But I think once you have, and by the way, I'm not saying that topography ever stops mattering. For example, where I live, the North Indian plain, you know, the North Indian plain is going to have a lot of, you know, like libertarianism is going to be historically hard to ground here, because uh, of basically geography. The western half of the subcontinent is open to invaders, and so you know it's constantly going to get invaded and invaded. It's like, if I may, the soul needs room to breathe and feel, let's say, fine, feel at rest before it can start thinking. And when it starts thinking, that's when we can have philosophy. That's what there we have trade, we have prosperity, right? So I do think topography matters in that way. Uh, However, like if you look at Europe, right? Like why did European civilization flourish? Because the rediscovery of Aristotle, and then the, you know, the intellectual development.
yes, but my argument is that the very way to think Aristotelian to begin with, the
Mhm.
desire and demand for that
Mhm.
was in part, not in whole, in part based on this jagged ass coastline with these valleys subdividing, subdivision. Look at the map of Italy. It's like subdivision. Look at
Yeah,
the
I
island,
agree. I agree.
island.
I
And
agree.
this whole thing
Mhm.
is like it's basically an open border.
Mhm.
It's an open border that's impossible to close. Sorry.
Mhm.
It's like because naval trade is like for a long time, but even right now with all the like it's difficult to close
Mhm.
without doing things that are like economically difficult.
Yeah.
So like I agree with you that it's the philosophy, it's the Aristotelianism. I'm just saying that I think there is an explanation why Aristotelianism developed there and
And
took hold there
takes
and
the
not
yeah, yeah, yeah,
elsewhere.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think that's where
Now
you
the
fit.
other argument is, listen,
Mhm.
when the railroad connected Europe and dynamite blew up all the passages through the mountains, what happened is suddenly continental German philosophy shoots up, and we have Marx, Hegel, and the march of all of these people just
Mhm.
like spreading. That's
I would disagree
and
with
like
that because, see, like in an alternative world where there, let's say, instead of Kant, there was a Ayn Rand, like you could have had all the dynamites and uh, railroads, but it wouldn't have mattered because the people would be moral, right? Free will, right? Like it's like why isn't every American killing each other despite them having the guns to do so? Because they're moral, right? And there's you know so the means, I agree. Like there are certain decentralizing and centralizing means. I agree with that. But the fundamental is still okay, are the people who use them moral? Because the means themselves are nothing. It's all people
it's
at
a
the end.
bit it's a bit chicken and egg situation, but I
Mhm.
agree with you. Yes.
Mhm.
And we are in a situation where we inherited a philosophy that somehow came to be,
Mhm. Can't.
and it
Mhm.
and
Can't on.
flourished like it flourished here, and
Mhm.
the guns create a new topography that keeps it stable for now, although I'm quite pessimistic because you know Ukraine, Russia demonstrates that drones are like the king of the battlefield in a very horrific manner and very non-optimistic manner towards the many individual gun owners. However, um, how many like decades we have left, and is it gonna stretch into centuries? I'm not sure. Like I could see. It's like it's hard to predict exactly, but
Mhm.
I do see the threat
Yeah,
uh, of
for
like
sure.
uh, of like even the fact that, for example, to produce content, I
Mhm.
basically have to submit to one of the centralizing overlords of the AI world because that's the most economically easy thing to do.
Mhm.
I'm aware that this is like part of a centralizer strategy
Mhm.
that could later bite me in the ass. And so I'm
Mhm.
like surfing a deadly wave here.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I didn't want to end on the pessimistic grounds.
Yeah. But I think, like eventually we will win because uh, I think now that Rand and like now that Aristotelianism has at least intellectually won again, right? Like Rand has existed and so far seen no new Kants, and so you know, uh, I think there is a real shot that somewhere in the world there will be a victory. Of course, there's Argentina, but people debate that. But I do see it as a great victory. Like it's been less than 100 years, man. Like we already have a country, even if imperfectly. And so, but the old people still remain. You know, the fascists, commies, people, white supremacists. So every inch of collectivists here in India, I have like Hindu nationalists. Like it's the same people. They just fucking you know cut and copy certain words
I,
out of the same argument.
I have to say this. You
Hmm.
know, I wouldn't mind Hindu nationalists.
Hmm.
Okay, if any Hindu nationalists end up watching this,
Hmm.
guys, please finish one bridge. finish that bridge. You know which one I'm talking about, okay? And then I will believe in your nationalism, okay? Okay. Now, which, it should scare you. You guys who are like Indian nationalism, we're gonna build nuclear power. And when your bridge collapses 3 times into the same river,
Mhm.
that's a story that makes me think maybe you're not ready for this yet. Maybe there's something there that isn't quite clicking. I understand, you know,
Central planning, right? Like
if
it's
yeah,
central planning
no,
and
no,
overloading.
it's interesting, the Germans with their central planning. I
Mhm.
mean, yes, it will collapse. Yes, it will like cause an economic struggle, but
Mhm.
at least they can finish the bridge.
I mean,
Okay.
they have more of wealth to loot because see, in India, this is the unfortunate thing, right? Uh, you had the British, the early British, there are two periods of British rule in India. The early British, which is the British East India Company, which is almost a private company, that was a very good time, right? And after when the crown took over, they used to send a viceroy, and the viceroy was basically the commissar of India, right? And so that was, you know, very much state socialism and no development allowed in effect. And then the starting of the Indian independence movement was classical liberal, but then it moved towards uh, basically commies and socialists. And so when India got its independence, it was 70 years of communism and socialism and a copy paste of basically Clement Attlee's government in the UK, which was the worst UK government you could copy paste, right? For 70 years, god damn it. And then in the 90s, finally, we have like this little bit of capitalism, thanks to which basically every little bit of good in India left that thanks to that, right? India has been slightly reborn after the 90s, after I don't know how many centuries, right? And it was the Mughals, Muslims before that, and it's a fucking clusterfuck of a place. So there isn't too much to loot. They literally can't finish a bridge, and they can in places where there is much to loot. Like I live in the NCR region. There are like India is mostly nothing, and then there are some really good cities. I would say compared to let's say a Western city, it's nothing, but you could live there. Like it's not hell.
No, I understand.
Yeah. And it's like, so it's like in those areas where that's good cities, you're gonna see
It's
good enough, right? But the rest
it's
of the
it's like
place is just
it's the
heartless
same.
drug.
It's the same in Russia. It's like you have the place where the oil pipe goes through,
Mhm.
physically or metaphorically,
Yeah.
have like they look quite European, although if you look in the details, you'll find not quite. The tolerances, the gaps between the panels are a bit bigger than in Germany, quite a
Mhm.
bit, right? You can
Yeah.
slide quite a few credit cards into every single joint, okay?
Mhm.
However, from a distance, it looks very, very European
Mhm.
in the center.
Yeah.
But leave the center and enter the wilderness, and you will emerge into um, basically the farther you go out, the more medieval it will get.
Yeah. And same with India. And I think India even has much worse problems, right? So there isn't much to loot here. So they're limited by that. And of course, now there is, there is a significant libertarian movement in India. Uh, I am in some ways doing my best to spearhead what I can in terms of intellectual minded Indians leaning in that direction. And I think uh,
Yeah.
there is good progress over the last 5 years, a lot of good progress. Now, will it result in something beautiful? Will it be all be lost? I don't know. But I think throughout the world, we face like the details change, but the abstract principles remain the same. It's the commies in Russia, let's say, like back in the day. It's the Nazis in Germany. What are they? Okay, just replace race with class, and it's the same thing. In India, you replace class and
Well,
race with religion. It's the same thing, and it's like
my
everything,
my
right?
parents chose the easier path, which is to move out of the way. Okay. I don't
Mhm.
know if you're choosing that or you're choosing to stay and fight. That's up to you. I
I'll move the first
am.
chance I get, but I'll move the first chance I get. But till the point I'm here, I'm fighting, right? Like I'm not sitting down, right? What am I going to do?
Okay. That's a position that I sort of respect.
Mhm.
I mean, I respect both of them, but honestly, I understand that it's like once you it's hard to stick
Mhm.
around once you realize the prospect.
Mhm.
The prospect is like you're looking far ahead and you're seeing, oh, so I'm gonna get robbed. Oh, it's like, yeah, and it's like and even in the US you have this prospect. Like I know that I don't have any savings in US dollars.
Mhm.
So I have this um idea, there's possibly a business that will start. I will um invest money in that without any sort of emotion, without very little emotional attachment to it,
Mhm.
because I see how it could like disappear like that. My family lived through it before, for like the very last um, part of the Soviet Union. I've seen how uh, buying a vase you didn't want would be a better use of your money than procrastinating with that purchase for one day.
Mhm. Yeah.
You start grabbing everything that there is that's tangible.
Yeah.
And it's like the US. When I see the candle of the price of, is it called a candle? It's a candle of the price of gold right now. I don't understand the Bitcoin collapse, but that's like a whole bunch of speculation.
It's
But
just it's discounted Bitcoin. So yeah, thank you.
but
Right.
anyway, like even in the US, you're not completely secure from this, but you're definitely more secure.
Mhm.
Like I know that somebody can rob me, and there's not much I can do about it.
Mhm.
Like a small street thug, but at least I don't yet fear like the government. I know the government treats me as cattle,
Mhm.
as milking cattle, not slaughter cattle,
Yeah.
and being in that category is
Better.
like compared to Russia is better. It
Better.
gives you more
Right.
more security, as long as
Yeah.
you produce, you're gonna get milked. And
Yeah.
our parasites are more refined here, and more scared, to be honest,
Mhm.
because we have teeth and
Yeah.
horns.
Yep. And
So anyway,
yeah.
I got scared. I looked at we started at 11. It's now 14:30, a little bit more. So I
Yeah.
was like, "Is that 5 hours? No, it's only three."
Mhm. Yeah. And uh, there is like I think the future that I see is that like we really do need you know uh, system building because see all of these other philosophies like you're never gonna really convince a white supremacist ever like at max you could make them a you know you could like this person is like whenever let's say respecting the nap and being a white supremacist comes into conflict you're looking at trouble, right? So like I think the and same with let's say like all of these successful evil philosophies, their systems, right? Like you need a top-down center left, like from metaphysics down to legal theory and
I
art, right?
I slightly disagree.
Hmm.
I think that morally,
Hmm.
it is, if we have an obligation, pro-life, advancing the idea of life as a value, for yourself and for the future. I believe that we should show up in the world with like modules that everyone can pick from and plug in and
Oh, for sure,
use.
for sure, for sure.
And I think that you say for sure and I say for sure, but it's one thing to say we're going into the world, we're a bit unprepared, honestly. like the reason why I try to ground my ideas in history and in Amish is I'm using the same strategy as for example, there is I think it's fair to call him an authoritarian academic agent, a sort of NRX type.
Hmm.
He used the example of an Amish-like town. He basically reinvented the Amish by describing this primitivist ideal town to describe to his audience, to concretize to them, to bring it closer to reality what he's advocating for. Of
Hmm.
course, they rebelled because they want the benefits of big cities without even recognizing that. They like their internet. They're like their shit posting on online. They're like their job mobilities. They like a lot of the things that evil capitalism imposes on them. All
Yep.
the freedoms, and secretly they like to watch their porno that they object to so much. So all of that exists, and it's like, but I understand them. Like I understand no fap November. I understand the sentiment there. It's like
Hmm.
it's good. It's possibly health. It's not possibly. It's definitely a healthy approach to life if you can
Hmm.
live it consistently.
Hmm.
And when I address them, I understand that I have to follow the same strategy. That I cannot convince them to leave me alone by appearing weak and pleading,
No, no,
or by
I agree.
appearing like
Hmm.
a weaker version of them. I have to be a threat. Oh, that guy, too crazy to deal with. Those guys, too crazy to deal with. Let's just trade with them. Let's not get on their wrong side. And they're not communists. They're telling us that they want to leave us alone, that they don't care that we're like a bunch of hateful bigots. In
Hmm.
fact, they say, "Oh, good luck with that stuff."
Yeah,
We
yeah.
we understand bad philosophy, bad interpretation of reality, but in some sense better than the leftists. So but
Hmm.
the live and let live is done by being prepared for war, and by being warlike, and
Hmm.
by being manly, and by setting limits, and by trading power. Uh, if you want us to support you, you have to stop attacking us online.
Hmm.
Otherwise, we're gonna not be your allies.
Hmm.
Um, if you want to help us purge, the commies that infect our movement, we're gonna look. We're gonna be like very careful in supporting even that effort. We're going to deal with that.
Hmm.
Uh,
Our
so
commies, not yours.
yes, exactly. Like it's our eviction, not that has to commence, not yours.
Yeah.
So, but I understand why they like. th- I understand that they attack. It's very effective to
I think
find.
they're afraid. Like, let me know if you think. Like, I think
Yes.
at some level, these people know that they're horribly wrong at something, because look at us. Like, we do our work. These people don't, right? And at some level, these people know they're horribly wrong, and they can sense that libertarianism and broadly, I would say objectivism, it has answers to questions which is better than theirs. And so you constantly see from the same accounts, oh, libertarians are irrelevant and libertarians secretly rule the world. Like same account, 2 minutes away, same tweet, right? And it's like, which is it? It just still seems like you're afraid, right?
No,
And
no, it's uh more than just fear. I think it's an effective form of like to attack the weak. Libertarians seem weak. Many libertarians act weak.
mhm,
And to attack the weak is a quick way to get clout and power, to appear strong. Therefore, this is when Jeremy shows up on that stream and he acts as like the hyena that showed up to a pack of wolves,
mhm,
and he says, "Oh, I'm going to remove some parasites from you, and I'm going to nibble on your bones, but I'm not a threat to you." That's just like a working strategy until they go hungry,
mhm.
and then he's going to become their next meal,
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
However, if they are a pack of wolves and we're a pack of wolves, and we have that energy and they have that energy. We are have better philosophy, they have worse philosophy, but
We win.
they know how to stay out of our way. They see the fight, they should see the fight with us as like objectively costly to them, and like attacking communists as cheap. So they see us as cheap clout because we have weakness within us.
Hmm.
And
Yep.
if as soon as we stop acting weak, as soon as Jeremy starts coming in there like a hurricane and saying, "You guys are like the communists. You guys self-destruct. You guys want it, but you're here sitting online, watching degeneracy more than the degenerates. You have
Hmm.
a guy that's showing you degeneracy every week, but he has stopped showing you positive reinforcement images. He is
Hmm.
creating myths in front of you for all the groups that you hate, so that you miss the allies among them. You are like he's blackpilling you into helplessness, which means you are missing out on winning strategy. It's
Hmm.
all like mind blowing. Um, they all had fun with Oliveira's recent video. I think it's Jason, a YouTuber who like does revelations and street fights. He provokes scammers to fight him. Went to Kiryat Joel in New York, where a bunch of Orthodox Jews are like having like 7 children on average each, if not more.
Hmm.
And most of it is like welfare supported.
Hmm.
And they're like um, getting angry over this and seething and hating for good reason. And they say, "Oh, look at all this, abuse that's happening." But here is the issue: why are they not replicating that strategy?
Hmm.
If that strategy is so cheap to just have 10 children on the dole, why aren't you doing this? Now, their cope would be, oh, it's because the leftists like allow Orthodox Jews to do so. No, nothing of the sort. They're constantly butting heads in New York. The left constantly tries to say, "Oh, you're taking our money. You must do what we say. You must like DEI your children." And they say, "No, no, no. Private schools only." There's a constant struggle there. And they might lose eventually, who knows? But for now, they're like winning. Why aren't white supremacists doing this? And it's because it's actually a very hard life. It's what those guys are doing is that um, they pray and then they go to work, and then they deal with with 5+ children in the home and a wife, and
One
somehow
way to live.
even with even with government assistance, like, listen, there's a lot of people on welfare, but nobody reproduces this way because it's actually really difficult. Now, in terms of libertarianism, economically, are they taking more than they're contributing individually? Probably. As a community, are they taking more than they're contributing, and they consider themselves like a big group that helps each other? Maybe not. Not sure. I was trolling earlier with arguing that like I trolled them by saying they actually make more money for the U.S. government than they ever take throughout all the
Hmm.
welfare. Um, Maybe I'm wrong, and they actually are like net thieves. But wait, you are not ANCAPs. Why aren't you replicating that strategy? Isn't that
Hmm.
embarrassing that you don't? And there are people, they and the reason is many of them um, don't want, and me included. Like, I'm among them. I am in the L column right now,
Hmm.
which is um, I'm unwilling to use that strategy for obvious reasons because I know
Yep.
I'll be like in the negative almost immediately,
Hmm.
and I'll have to stop. But um, I also have to recognize that it's like easy. It's easier to be a bachelor and to
Hmm.
just like spend your spare time, messing around. It's much harder to be to be a family man with responsibilities. It like ends the bullshit really quickly. And for many of these men, I think that it remains to be seen how much they're demoralized versus how much actual hardship they're under. For
Mm-hmm.
some of them, they are real victims of the system. Like it really messed them up in terms of not allowing them to reproduce effectively. But
Mm-hmm.
for some of them, they're having an easier time than their grandparents did,
Mm-hmm.
but yet culturally something was lost, the pressure was lost, and so they don't, you know, uh, meet women and have children, like the sort of right wing incel situation.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I think,
the like my grandparent in a similar situation would be like one of the people crossing the border. He would find the place on earth where he can take grandma and build a home.
Mhm.
He would find the job that's required because he survived the war, he survived hunger. That like our ancestors did all that in worse conditions. We are, in a sense, we're living in the bread and circuses area, and that group claims victimhood from that.
Mhm.
And as soon as they're done, they turn on HBO and spend the next 2 hours watching like you know the next Game of Thrones epic
Mhm.
thing
Yeah.
about a struggling knight that you can definitely watch because it's the most based thing on TV right now, or
Mhm.
maybe some based anime. You know that they'll
Mhm.
find that, but it's an escape. And the Orthodox, Amish Christians, and so on, uh, even though they have this prayer that they use as an escape, in some sense, in our objectivist perspective,
Mhm.
but they're not escapist about the rest of their life. They're like right in the meat and potatoes of making sure that 5 children are raised, clothed, dressed, and have like a Bible in front of them. Like objectivists, if I want to criticize objectivists, I have to say, how do objectivists produce that? Imagine an objectivist achieving that in against the pressure of the state in contemporary America. Hard to imagine that. Okay,
And
so that
see,
means
mhm.
that Ayn Rand is missing some books.
Yeah,
There
for
was
sure.
some stuff. There's
Mhm.
some stuff that she has not yet written.
Mhm.
So I think it's too early to close objectivism too.
Yeah, yeah.
Just functionally,
Yep.
functionally.
I am very much an open objectivism person, and you know, there is that element as well. For this is one thing that exists, like as someone like like in as where I am in India, right? The amount of wealth that my parents have produced and that I have also started to now make some money, right? Uh, I am currently, let's say, in nominal terms, probably like in the 1% of the US, but in terms of the what that money buys for me here, if you and like of course much more, right? And it's basically because in the US everything has like the cost of living has so been inflated so much that what should have been basically free in the US now costs a shit ton, right? Because trade restrictions, protectionism, the inflation, and then top of that, you have all these labor regulations on top of that, and like add 500
Mostly the
things.
regulation and printing in my mind.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Like that.
yes.
Yep, yep. And that's what I don't think these guys, because these guys then you know what's their great solution to any of this? Like it's like, oh, we take power and do all of the same things, and like it feels so surface level, right? Like, it feels so stupid, for lack of a
No,
better
well,
word.
but no, but the elite the way the ruling class maintains power
Hmm.
is by giving everybody non-functional easy scapegoats. That's like the fundamental way you deal with rage welling up, is to make them fight among each other. Is to say that, this group is oppressing you, that group is oppressing you, and to make them fight everyone except the people who are getting the government contracts for stuff that they shouldn't be even messing with.
Yeah.
Um, and But the solution is for the individual. I
Mhm.
think the solution has always been to move. You're supposed to move out of the way, or don't complain. If you
Hmm.
don't move, you are in the fight.
Yeah.
It's like a deliberate decision. Now, I'll use my personal example because I think that's healthy. Like I shouldn't be like preaching to people if I can't, apply it to myself. The reason why I can't move right now is because I have a feeling of obligation. It's part of my life value to like support my family. And in the near future, that support will have to keep increasing. And so I can't just like uh, uh, you know, uproot myself and disconnect. Uh, it's a bit of a trap now, but in some sense, my grandfather might say, "Stupid fool! You should have like that's what Zoom calls are for."
Yeah. Hmm.
And maybe for a few years you should have like left this and accelerated somewhere else, and then and then threw the ladder into the hole.
Yeah.
So that's it's like that's a thing that
Hmm.
it's hard to predict what is better, and
Hmm.
I see people using different strategies. I
Yep.
think for me personally, maybe if the business launches here, it's a good place to launch it. But
Hmm.
definitely, like I'm in New York. It's New York is a hopeless city for anyone to raise a family long term. Currently, I think it's possible actually for
Hmm.
an entrepreneur because many do, but it's already becoming dangerous.
Yeah.
Not criminal dangerous. That's actually still fine. You know where to go and whatnot. But ideologically dangerous.
Hmm.
You can't raise an ANCAP surrounded by this level of like just loserdom with
Yep.
statists, and so it will become like a big struggle. And so New Hampshire indeed awaits, and it's not a matter of decades in my case. It's a matter of years where I will have to make some kind of a adjustment. That's
Same for
that's
me as
that's
well.
my current understanding.
I've given myself 5 years because I'm pretty sure after that, I'll make enough money in 5 years to be able to be there. And I would want to start a family early on as well. And so I have 5 years. So let's see where I am in 5 years. It might have to be revised, unfortunately, but right now I'm giving myself 5 years, right? And
If anyone ends up watching and they're like in their 20s,
mhm,
I would say that the earliest you understand that 5-year plans are bloody serious,
mhm,
the better it will be for you, because um, it's like everything happens very, very fast, and becomes more difficult with time.
mhm.
So there's a reason to be serious about this stuff.
Yep.
I
And
think I think that
mhm,
that is a lesson that's quite maybe the most important lesson to teach to somebody young from a
mhm,
very young age. Um, and it's funny, people always say this, but I think that maybe they're saying it in the wrong way. They say, life flies fast. You will regret not doing things when you're older. we keep hearing that from even the relatives in the media,
Mm-hmm.
but something about it doesn't land correctly.
It
Uh,
sounds hedonistic. Like it's like, hey, hey, go
no,
drink
it's
up,
because
go do the cocaine.
no, it's like it's easy to be a hedonist,
Mm-hmm.
but uh, I think I know what's missing. The the example, the thing that surrounded you culturally
Mm-hmm.
used to be that you saw a lot of direct human interactions that were healthy
Mm-hmm.
on average, and that was the object of your desire,
Mm-hmm.
and it became um, the thing you wanted more than anything else. And so you were like that crazy knight in the TV show that really wants to win a tournament
Mm-hmm.
because he really wants to settle down and have a castle, because then he wants children running around inside of it. And it's all part of this whole pathway that he's willing to kill and die for. Maybe not the smartest way to do it, but maybe the only way. And he's going to like maybe the right way for him and is going there. Someone else is going to be like the fisherman, someone else is going to be the armorer, but they all have, whereas what we have is very appealing uh, myths and evasions and cartoons and TV shows that satisfy that desire. We can observe the success, we can get satiated and become relaxed and become a 9 to 5, come back, watch some success, play a video game, get some success served on a platter.
Yeah. See, even that is a choice, right? Like, and this is where
Sure.
I would want to, if someone is watching this, they might need it. It's like, wake yourself up. Like it's never. And by the way, this whenever I talk like this, it also applies to me because I am constantly trying to better myself, right? I am a vastly better person than I was 2 years ago, and that was a vastly person from 2 years ago, but I still have flaws. And I think I'll reach perfection by 30. So,
Maybe.
and probably not, but it's a good thing to have in mind. So, you know,
I said maybe because perfection is such a big word.
yeah, that was the joke,
No,
right?
you.
And, so it's like there is a vision, right? Like let's say, and this is why I like objectivism so much, in the sense that it gives a person a complete system and a different way of looking, which is so pro-life, right? It's like, hey, you have individual agency, you have free will, you have the ability to think. This is how you think, epistemology. The world is knowable and real, metaphysics, right? Like it's like you're
I
building from
I
ground
want to
up.
interrupt. I
Mhm,
want to interrupt you though. I want to make it more concrete, and I had an idea of maybe how to do it.
mhm,
I think for a person to understand what you're talking about, he
mhm.
needs to feel it, and the correct emotion is to find what you can create and on a small scale, very small scale, and become a creator.
Yeah.
Um, it's most jobs that we can hold don't allow us to do
Mhm,
this, to touch, to feel. So if you're like a software developer, maybe you don't have this problem because you've
mhm,
created the software and then you can see it running and you get that, oh,
mhm.
I've made an impact. That's how creation feels. And what's
Yeah.
the ultimate version of that feeling? The family, the children, most likely. That's
Mhm.
like that feeling times a
Creation
million.
of new life itself, right?
Right. And now, so that's like very selfishly, but to get a fraction of that, go create something much simpler. Um, and I can remember in my life where I had those moments that seem similar.
Mhm,
Uh, it was like uh, going through an ad campaign and landing a client,
Mm-hmm.
connecting creating a connection that pays money.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like you've finally created something. Uh, when you find a summer job to paint a fence and it starts out rusty, and you buy the tools and you knock out all the rust and you paint it, and there's a shiny fence afterwards and cash in your palm, and you're like sweaty, but you're the happiest person on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe more so than if you worked a 9 to 5, in someone else's business. Why? Because you've switched chaos into order directly, perceptibly, and by touch.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have that feeling, and then you understand that that feeling is more tangible than watching any season finale of any show, it's
Mm-hmm.
like right there, selfishly, in fulfillment.
Mm-hmm.
And so then it's easier to visualize the ultimate goal, and every step towards the way should be built of these small victories
Yeah.
of where you've
Payoffs,
improved this
right?
and that and organized this and that and optimized this and that, and you've painted your own fence. Eventually it's going to be yours. You've improved your own work. You've worked the job, and then you improved your resume, and you improved your wardrobe, and you improved your language, and you improved this and that, and you can like achieve more. You've like erased your reputation. That feels more tangible than the escapism that modernity offers.
Mm-hmm.
uh,
And
and
see,
and
modernity
sorry.
also offers, like no, nothing can take away like the spark within you. There is a heroic spark within every single individual, right? And like you can choose to disengage. Like, and I'm not even saying watching a Netflix series now and then is not bad. Like, you might need it to recharge, but use that as that. Use it as fuel, and so choose what you watch as well, right? Like, choose what you watch.
Of
Make sure
course.
it's like brain food, right? Give it good food. Don't give it brain rot. Maybe sometimes give it brain rot if you really want it. So,
Which means, no, like right now, pretty much,
mhm.
um, the there's nothing.
It's in
You're
old
like,
books. It's in old
yes,
books.
it's all shows, all books. So
Mhm.
you have to get out of the mentality of I'm on like this treadmill of the next thing that's a cheap
No,
food.
don't do that.
That's first of all, and the funny part is that this is what the system fails,
Mhm.
because they made that food taste increasingly worse. As the system collapses, they made the escapism the shittier and shittier, right?
Mhm.
That's the funny thing, is that they're not even good at this. They decided to inject their ideology into the escapism, so they made
Mhm.
it worse, and it allows more people to wake up from its influence. So
Mhm.
now they have to seek that satisfaction elsewhere, hopefully in reality.
Yeah. Go on the hero's
I think
journey.
that's a funny paradox.
Yeah. Go on the hero's journey yourself. And it's like there are so many things to do, man. Like it's like just life is such a gift. Don't waste it on these things, right? Like fight for something. Fight for yourself primarily, right? And like from what we know, like the most religious person, like I think in their heart of hearts would know that they're really just sure of one thing. Like they might have they might have a lot of faith, but faith is not knowledge. But you have one thing which is certain, which is that you have this life, and that's absolutely certain, right? Whatever comes after, you might have faith, but I doubt that. But like this life is a gift. Use it, right? Like fucking use it, right? It's like there are 10,000 things to do which are worth it, and like it's like that, you know, building a great life, like reading the great books, being part of something which is correct, which is, and this is something which gives us fulfillment as, libertarians and objectives, like standing up for what's right, that's something that gives you meaning. And like knowing, how do you know what's right? Like, like all of, go on that journey as well. And of course, then there is physical fitness, go on that journey as well. And building a life, building a family, building a, you know, career or a business which pays a lot of money, building a romantic relationship, building friendships which last forever, you know, Uh, you do all
But
of that,
all of
right?
that, it's not to make it like less abstract.
Hmm.
Somebody might say, well, it's nice of you to say that, but how? And the funniest part is that it's the way out is you don't reach for like you don't try to walk up five flights of stairs at a time.
Hmm.
You have to start recognizing small steps,
Hmm.
and those small steps, it could be like uh finishing a philosophy book that
Yeah.
actually works.
Hmm.
It could be, uh, the
Go
uh,
outside for a walk. Like that's a
it
small
could be
step,
go out.
right?
Oh, I'll finish. We've been talking
Hmm.
for 4 hours. I've been greatly enjoying it.
Yeah.
Mostly myself yapping as usual.
Hmm.
But
But
there's a
like,
brilliant video on YouTube,
yeah.
and it's a Japanese concept which you
Hmm.
just directly revealed.
Hmm.
So the way to change yourself is to be actually just consistency. Just like in ideology, consistency
Yeah.
allows you to reach the truth. In reality, consistency in action allows you to reach the truth. It's a different meaning, so I'm a little bit equivocating here. But
Hmm.
what do they mean? It's every day you have to take a walk. It could be a very short, but you walk outside, you do a circle around your home, and you come back. That could be the step one for somebody who's like really shut in.
Hmm.
Uh, it could be sorting out a portion of chaos,
Yeah.
finding one piece of chaos. It could be, throwing a small portion of some stuff out of your life, just tossing it in a bag and out into the garbage can.
Hmm.
It could be that iterated on, but once you take one of those steps, uh, the requirement is it's very simple. It has to repeat daily,
Yeah.
and once it becomes minute by minute, the chaos gets pushed out of the way and the order takes over, and it becomes easier and easier and easier and easier to do the easy stuff, and then you find a new challenge
Hmm.
and you repeat the process.
Yeah.
So I think
Exactly.
that's the it's like you know it's very direct in weightlifting.
Hmm. And it's like, you know, my vision, for example, with this channel is, of course, like I'm in my final year of engineering college, and that takes a lot of my time. But after that's done, I already have a very satisfying job lined up as well, which is not going to take too much of my time as well. So, I'm just going to be doing a lot of side quests, including like developing this channel. And then I want this channel to become, you know, the home for that beautiful building. It's the system, right? Like for example, like I have uh, you know studied a lot into objectivism and other philosophies as well, but objectivism and libertarianism, right? So it's going to be metaphysics, epistemology, of course, but it's also the ethics as well, aesthetic theory as well, and the legal theory as well. But also on top of that, I am also into the philosophy of sciences. I collaborate with Inductica, right? And also, I'm into bodybuilding, and I've studied Mike Menzer, who was the objectivist Mr. Olympia, right? And I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to do a whole challenge. Just like I'm going to be following Mike Menzer for 6 months, and here's the progress, right? And uh, so
You
and
should do a show on Aristotle the bodybuilder.
yeah, he probably that could work.
Not probably. From what I understand, those schools, that's
Mhm.
what actually happened.
Yeah.
It was not just mental; it was physical as well.
Yes, yes. The Greeks were very much into the mind-body integration, right? That like a strong body is a strong mind, and a strong mind is a strong body. There's no disconnect here. One fails, the other follows, right? And then there is also psychology. There is Nathaniel Branden, Gene Maroney, other people as well. So a lot of work cut out for me ahead of time, but I think this channel will become something that people can come to and completely reinvent themselves, right? Into the perfect person of our sort. Like, like man perfected in the objectivist vision, right? Like the proper objectivist vision. And like,
Ambitious.
yeah. And like that, and of course, like nowhere close to that yet. I'm trying my best, but still a college student, still doing my best. But I think that's, and I'm even going to talk to investors about this the vision, uh, and I think it can work, and I think that's what really will solve most of the world's problems because you know as much as we love liberty, like for most people, politics is a distant concern when their life is falling apart. So what if I fix their life, right? Well, then they'll care, right? It's like not saying that because of liberty, but like it'll build a better world. And the final destination that I view, which is like a you know humanity flourishing and prosperous all across. I think it, i think I can do a lot of good towards moving the world towards that, and I think this channel will be an effort in that. And of course, this will not be my only effort. My life's just starting, but let's see. And uh, I really thank you for being here. I think this is a very natural conclusion, very wholesome conclusion. And would you have any closing thoughts or anything else?
Closing thoughts. I don't have any thoughts. I just spoke for 4 hours.
Mhm.
Uh, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did I write anything interesting that we didn't address?
Mhm.
Uh, let's see. We
Mhm.
addressed almost everything
Yeah.
that I wanted. We left a few topics,
Mhm.
but I think they were left out for a reason because they weren't that important.
Mhm.
So, or they were cliche. So it's
Mhm.
perfectly fine. I um I am sort of I have a very weird personality.
Mhm.
I'm on the one hand quite a lazy person. On the
Mhm.
other hand, when I get to work, people comment that I have like so much energy they don't understand what's going on.
Mhm.
And I think it represents like there's something about how tasks begin
Mhm.
and how commitments are made
Mhm.
that makes it easier for me to make like an external commitment that directly relates to to my reputation and self vision,
Mhm.
that it like immediately gets actualized. But when I
Mhm.
get home and it's just for myself, it's harder to do. It's harder to
Mhm.
visualize. So that's what I'm working on.
Yeah.
And I think the result of but there is a great demand in me, just like in you,
Mhm.
to create something. Right now, I satisfy it by occasionally showing up and speaking for like a few hours.
Mhm.
But I write a lot in into like a notebook.
Mhm.
And right now, as I'm solving business issues with how to establish and promote, I
Mhm.
think I'm going to then use the same tools to shape my ideas and to present them to the public as well.
Mhm.
So a lot of people are like asking me, why don't you have a channel? Where that's because of what I described. I'm lazy in some things and energetic in others. But hopefully this will end this year.
Mm-hmm.
meaning I will break ground, and I will make sure that it's cinema. Because
Mm-hmm.
Liquid Zulu gave me a challenge. He said, if you make the first video, it's not gonna be cinema. You make the second one, it's not gonna be cinema. But like your fifth video is going to be cinema. And screw him, my first video is gonna be cinema. My second video is gonna be even more cinema, and so on and so forth. So
Yeah.
let's see if that works out.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very much stoked on doing that. And I
Mm-hmm.
know that this will be fun because uh, when I make small memes or small acts of creation that I like, and I share it, and lots of people watch it and click and like as well, that's a huge and fun hit of dopamine that I definitely enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And so, uh, yes, I do plan to have a very similar project, maybe less ambitious,
Mm-hmm.
maybe less ambitious.
Yeah. I mean, uh,
Maybe
mm-hmm.
just some Casimir's observations. Maybe that's enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's moving the world towards that. But I do think, personality change, like overall changing how a person views the world, you know, and how they view themselves. I think that's where the main focus should be. Like, it's the classic thing that without religion you lose meaning, which is true to an extent, because what is religion? It's a philosophy, right? And you need a system, you need a way of cutting up the world, exactly every you need to think way of thinking about everything, right? And if you build that in people and you do it with the correct philosophy, oh man, we're gonna see something we've never seen before.
Yeah,
What a beautiful thing.
my very much often vocalized idea about religion, and
Hmm.
why I'm generally trying to be ultra friendly to many religious people,
Hmm.
is that I recognize that
Hmm.
this is something that I can't. It's like a physician's, like a medical doctor's oath to not cause harm.
Hmm.
As a philosopher, as a amateur philosopher, as like a beginner philosopher, for me to come in and to say that you who are moderately successful and whose system worked better than what we currently have while it existed, for me to swap to try and convince you of something else
Hmm.
that may or may not work for you, that you may or may not understand, is a supreme level of hubris. And so my ambition is much smaller. It is
Hmm.
to say, if you don't have a philosophy, if you are not religious, then objectivism is like better, possibly the best. I'm not sure yet.
Hmm.
Um, Legally, for sure, the best.
Hmm.
Philosophically, maybe the most accurate. But a white lie sometimes saves lives. And in the realm of morality, whether it's better to have a true philosophy or a white lie philosophy, that is a challenge that I don't think um, teachers like Rand really addressed yet, and Piekov. I
Hmm.
think that they got close, but it's a more difficult problem than they gave themselves credence to. That they gave themselves then they presented to their audience. And so
Hmm.
when I see objectivists act like militant atheists, I think that's a little bit cringe. It's like irresponsible.
It's also not deep.
I
The problem that I have with most people online, it's like, and by the way, there are some who are very deep, so I'm not, there's certainly not all objectivist, right? But like, it's like, it's Reddit level arguments, like, don't do that. Don't do that. It's
it's
like,
like
go deep.
and listen, I understand them because what religious people often do, especially potential allies, is they look at Rand as like this ugly old lady, and because which later in life everybody becomes ugly and old. That's like the sort of the nature of it
Mm-hmm.
compared to a young person, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and if you're like malicious about it and you're of an sort of enemy philosophy in some sense,
Mm-hmm.
then you latch on to this and you mock this, and we feel like bad about it, and so we want to retaliate and and respond by inflicting pain back somehow. I see that as the motivation by many objectivists, the way they act, or like a motivation. Oh, I'm so much smarter, and they're making a mistake, and I gotta like twist twist it within them that they're wrong. And the and this is, I believe that it's immature. It's not effective, and it's much better in that instance to take a strong stand, but a higher ground stand, to say, um,
Mm-hmm.
to present reality instead of the caricature in response, which
Mm-hmm.
is very easy. You just open up the fountainhead and you read a quote, and well, that's it. It caught up to me.
Mm-hmm.
So the reality of our ideals is good enough where we don't really have to uh, insult potential temporary or even permanent allies, I would
Mm-hmm.
say. The
I see.
insults I reserve strictly to unrepentant demons.
Mm-hmm.
For them, insult away, I would say.
Yeah.
So, to conclude this, this is I don't want to open a new topic, but
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
this is an important topic maybe to discuss in some next conversation,
Yeah.
which is where are the limits? We've touched on this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the limits of, is objectivism complete, or is it like on the way to being complete but not yet functionally so? Because legally, it's easy. You're like either an outlaw or you're not, in some sense. We
Mm-hmm.
discussed a very complex legal issue,
Mm-hmm.
but for me to prove, to like negotiate this issue of guardianship is philosophically actually very easy. I'm either right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I either build a chain of logic or I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so the discussion is going to be difficult but easy at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
However, philosophically, in terms of like the morality of what a person ought to do with their life,
Mm-hmm.
how they ought pursue their goals, their virtues,
Mm-hmm.
that's a central planning question almost.
Not really. Like
It's
principles apply, but
well,
the
I'm yes,
details.
I
Mm-hmm.
understand the principles, but there's a lot of ambiguity in the way the principles are worded that makes people interpret them wildly differently and give answers that are potentially wrong or they feel wrong. I don't know how to prove that yet.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like a high bar of responsibility because you're a surgeon potentially in other people's lives. Um, and and so when you know that a medicine has worked for 2000 years, has been refined to be human compliant and civilization promoting, it's like a local peak. Most of the global religions, think about them what you are, even the most evil among them, which I won't name,
Mm-hmm.
it is a local peak in human flourishing efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
What is a local peak? It means that there could be another peak, a much higher one, clearly.
Yeah, yeah.
If you compare their impact on society, some of them are quite clearly much better for their humans than others.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But see,
but
that's where we can kind of draw out the principle. Okay, you could see, okay, uh, Catholicism pre-Aquinas, post-Aquinas, what happened? Islam, what happened? Islamic Golden Age, post-Islamic Golden Age, what happened? So, like, there is a way of empirically observing these things and checking that, okay, at the end of the day, you do this enough, you end up with the objectivist position, right? And see, by the way, I don't disagree with you that more work can be done, and I personally do that work for myself, right? For example, I'll give you just an example, right? The principle of honesty, right, which is a broader moral ethical principle. It's not in legal theory. And what does that mean? You know, specifically. Well, first of all, as an egoist, I know that I must be absolutely honest with myself. But where are the boundaries of honesty with other people? Let's say my boss at work asks me, "Hey, how many people have you slept with?" Do I tell him that? Does he have, let's say,
I'll give you a more difficult example.
mhm,
There's a person, a younger person, that's making a mistake in life.
mhm,
How honest are you allowed to be with them?
mhm,
Because as soon as you reveal the truth to them, you've damaged them. Why?
mhm,
How? Because you told them about a problem,
mhm,
but you're not their guardian.
mhm,
And so now you possibly nagged a real problem that they will now have a negative response to try and correct. They might rebel against your influence and thus maintain a bad idea
mhm,
because but all you did is you tell the truth. Some guy might be like, I don't know, um overweight like myself, and
mhm,
you approach them and you say you should work out. You told them the truth, absolutely, morally, logically, everything is true, but their response, as like their ego is in rebellion, who the fuck are you? And they will go and like they'll rebel against you potentially to their own detriment.
mhm.
So that type of um
And see,
when I start giving somebody advice,
mhm,
in the back of my mind I'm like, be careful. You're a surgeon performing a delicate operation on
mhm,
somebody that didn't ask for your help.
mhm,
And what you say has to be like so tightly collaborated to be promoting action instead of promoting a response, to opening doors and revealing possibilities instead of
mhm,
like trying to control and command. Because they're
mhm.
not an extension of your body
Yeah.
as much as your empathy tells you that they are.
Mhm. Yeah. And that's where, uh, understanding that individual autonomy, understanding and, building better communication skills, and so on. See, exactly. And also, it's, you know, the, do you even have, you know, of course, you don't have an obligation to tell the truth to anybody, but where is it right to tell the truth and to what extent, and what are the, ethical obligations that you owe other people with regards to the truth. Like the principle is basically you should not try to earn anything with dishonesty. As in, like, I should not go to a job and fill out a false resume to get the job. Right? That would be wrong. It's like
Yeah.
I'm trying to gain something with dishonesty. But uh, there is need of filling out the details, and I think there might be a limit to what. Yeah, and you might want to say that, okay, that is the job of psychology to do within this framework, right? Or so on and so forth. But there just might be a limit to what principles can do. It's the judge-jurist distinction, and there's the moralist-actor distinction. That at the end of the day, it has to be an individual who decides what the to the best use of their knowledge, right, and the best use of their rational faculty. Okay, this is what this means, and this is how I apply it, right? And as long as they remain honest with themselves in that, any errors will be self-correcting, right? And I think that's a very good answer, in my opinion. And of course, I like with this, I accept the quest of you know like focus, like keeping your eyes open, inside and out, I look with one eye in and one eye out, right? As like if I see problems within me or I see problems within the world, I'm going to act appropriately. But of course, there is appropriate action, right? Like I'm not going to, let's say I know ANCAP to be true, but I'm not going to go declare war on the Indian government. It's just me and who, you know? It's like-
Yeah, I think
it's,
that um, the like a resume is a good example.
Mhm,
The honesty should be in what you can actually achieve. So
mhm,
if you've measured yourself and you know that you can occupy a certain position,
mhm,
I um I don't mind like slight misrepresentation of titles and other things that
mhm,
are like irrelevant. Um or like omission. I don't mind omissions, let's say.
mhm.
But like lying about capabilities, that becomes a form of fraud, like
Mhm.
possibly an aggressive one directly. So there is a balance there. A lot of people are too honest about themselves, to the point where like they're just expressing their insecurities. Don't do that on a resume.
Yeah. And
So
see, that's where, like
yeah,
honesty does
the
not
balance.
negate the right to your privacy, right? That there are certain things that the other person has no right to know about you. And in that case, don't
Now
respond.
here's my actual final word. We've been
Mhm.
enjoying ourselves for 4 hours,
Mhm.
and what I noticed, and this is my compliment to you, we
Mhm.
have a very easy time talking to each other. In
Mhm.
fact, if we indulge ourselves, I think 4 hours would be like easy mode. We will
Yeah.
find another topic and another topic.
Yeah.
So that's very good.
Mhm.
Um, but and good luck editing, by the way, if you need to. Maybe you'll have to do part one and part two to not lose everybody.
Yeah. That might
So,
be a good idea. That might be a good idea. But I
we'll
was
see.
thinking of
Because
like,
the
4-hour podcast.
listen, in case you need an ending for that moment where you actually asked me about an ending,
Mhm.
I'll just say it like this. Uh, I wish you good luck in your projects. I hope
Thank you.
that I will see interesting interviews,
Mhm.
and that you will become increasingly sharper and sharper in
Mhm.
asking questions and getting insights from people.
Mhm.
And I think you're on the right track.
Mhm.
And when I hear you call in on various, debates and online talks,
Mhm.
there's less and less cringe and more good stuff.
Mhm.
So I am a huge cheerleader,
Thank you.
and I
Thank you so
wish you the
much.
best of luck in that.
Thank you. And you know, if I'm ever going wrong, like I'm always open to feedback, right? And I, I'm I'm sure so are you. And like I want to, like this is where my might be different from people because when people criticize me, I think I see opportunity for growth where others might feel attacked, right? And that's why I think I continue to grow because I engage, right? And the vast majority of criticisms are garbage, but there are some which are completely correct, and that lead you down a whole new avenue of
Well,
life, right?
you are attacked. Just don't be a bitch about
Yeah, and
it.
exactly.
Just respond. Just thinking, oh, you're attacking me. That's fun. Well, are
Yeah,
you saying anything that landed? Did you land anything? If you didn't,
exactly,
oh, that's sad. I
E-
wish you would have landed something. Then it would get interesting.
exactly.
Because
And
I don't mind. I don't mind. Listen, my only rule about insults and attacks is be creative. You got to be creative.
Mhm,
Then either be truthful, which is then it's not criticism, it's as you said opportunity for growth, or
mhm.
be creative, which is then it's just
Then
fun,
it's funny, right? It's funny. Yeah.
Yes, that's funny.
Yep.
So, anyway, it was
All
a
right.
pleasure talking to you.
See you. All
I'm
right.
I'm going to sign off as well. And
All right.
good luck editing a monstrosity.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
But